Hello everyone, how are you? Our first session will be start in next 10 minutes. We have Michael here. The people are joining us. It was a nice experience in Metaverse. This session is live on the YouTube channel as well. If you want to be check out our session, you can go to the NFT Studio 24 YouTube channel. So after the recording or the live session, we have the recording of this interview. It's really amazing. This is my first experience. I hope Rahul Sethi will be join us very soon as a speaker of this session. Our first session will be start in next 6 minutes. The title of this session is the Onboard Your Employees in the Metaverse. It's it's very scaring topic, I think so. As a CEO, I'm the CEO of NFT Studio 24, the decentralized media platform based in Japan. So I have more than 17 employees from all over the world. And yeah, as if you hire employees from all in the metaverse, so yeah, it looks like some kind of difficult job. But let's see what the Rahul City will be explain us. I really want to be learn new things from the Rahul City. We have more guests here. Rahul Sethi is in the green room and he will be join us very soon. I really appreciate the Metaverse Spectrum team that they organized this Metaverse event. And I know it's very hard to manage the speakers, to create, to arrange the host, and try to gather the audience. So I really appreciate the Metaverse team. This groundbreaking conference is designed to help attendees identify and capitalize of their expand business opportunities. So, if you want to be experience your business life, your employment culture in the metaverse, so these kind of conference is really helpful for us. I am the sandbox lover, but still, I most of the time I don't use that platform. But now, as I have the experience of the metaverse conference, so definitely I will love to be join more metaverse sessions. We have Alima. Hello, how are you? Now our audience will be going. We have a few more peoples here. I'm based in Japan. In Japan right now it's 10 p.m. and my my duty is here for the 8 hours with my team. Nimra is from Pakistan. She is the corporate communication manager of NFT Studio 24. So she will be with me the whole time. So we both are here for you, and the experience is really amazing. We have few more minutes and our first session will be start soon. Thank you so much for your patience. I think Rahul Sethi is here with us. I would like to start the session. Before starting the session, I will give you the intro about myself and then the topic of the session. As you know, my name is Hinza Asif, NFT Studio 24 CEO and the president of Asia Web3 Alliance Japan. We are here to host this session, and I'm really glad that I'm the part of the Metaverse Business Conference December 6, 2023. I really appreciate their team management that they will be organized these kind of Metaverse event. Today, our first session topic is onboard your employees in the metaverse. The metaverse has a significant capacity to enhance the HR functions and employee onboard. This session will highlight its ability to enable new employees to gain a deeper and broader perspective of the companies they have joined. Essentially, the metaverse permits those employees to be trained in scenario and space they will be experienced in their job, while interaction with the actual presentation of the people for which they will be working. Today, we have the very special speaker, Rahul Sethi, with us. I hope he will be join this session. Uh, he is busy in another session, so he will be joined in next few minutes. There are many wonderful speakers in these sessions.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much, the Metaverse Spectrum Business Conference and Expo, especially XR Digital, for inviting me here to speak about the HR onboarding of employees and the whole spectrum of how organizations can utilize the Metaverse experiences to engage with employees better than before. I'm Rahul Sethi, and I have been working in the immersive tech space, creating experiences for brands all across India and outside of India for the last 5 years. Over the last 2 years or more, I have been involved in creating a lot of content on LinkedIn. And this is my LinkedIn profile. I'll be happy to connect with you for any specific things that you'd like to. Um, the the company I represent here, I'm the founder of Metaverse 911, and we are a research and advisory firm, mainly working with customers for creating adoption of this wonderful technology, whether with respect to their clients, internal stakeholders, and of course creating gamified experiences, for their clients, more of engaging with the Gen Z, which is a very Gen Alpha thing nowadays. Um, Today's topic is ramping up your employees onboarding in the metaverse. What exactly do we do here is something that we'll discuss very shortly. The vision of our organization is to have an unprecedented growth, be a part of that unprecedented growth in the innovation around immersive experiences, creating limitless opportunities for everyone who's involved with us. And hence here, I'm highly privileged to be in this wonderful panel of speakers from all over the world. And I'm sure that not only what I'm sharing here will be making sense, but I'm sure that the audience who are essentially coming in to learn the overall ecosystem, knowing about what's really happening, you will be able to relate to many of things that I do with my peers across the industry. Some of our
Amazing.
clients we work very closely with is immersive tech companies. My belief is that a lot of immersive experiences around the world never see the light of customers. Why? because a lot of creative stuff that's been done for very specific clients, it's very hard for companies to continually go and speak about that. And hence, therefore, you will see that there would be some great experiences created, and yet you go talk to somebody outside, of the ecosystem or the industry per se, and mostly people won't know about it. So I work very closely with immersive tech and metaverse product or services companies, and give them the platform to uh, to engage with newer audiences, and do a lot of things around LinkedIn lives and things like that, which I'll definitely cover. On the right hand side of our business, we work with enterprises who are essentially looking to increase productivity, efficiency, and as far as the internal stakeholders is concerned, and how is it that they can implement this wonderful technology across the board. At the same time, a lot of our clients expect us to create use cases for them, and for larger engagements of their customers and things like that. Um, I have been highly engaged in creating content, like I said, in the last few years, and have done a number of lives. I think over a 250,000 people have seen my work with respect to just the lives that I've done. And the most recent number, which has changed, is people who have been attendees to the lives that we've done. And yeah, it's very amazing because it's an amazing feeling, because it's very important. It's very, very important for I think our industry peers as well, people who are involved in it, to go talk about this. I've already covered much about myself, but very quickly, for 23 years in the tech space, I've had two successful exits, one from software services and one from a product company, 2018, where I was essentially working and building a procure-to-pay system. And and after that, starting 19 has been a wonderful, wonderful period in my life. When I started with the augmented reality all the way to mixed reality. And then when there was times when metaverse wasn't really discussed much, and yet I was involved in understanding what is Decentraland doing, to what was spatial building, and so on and so forth. So I've seen this industry from very, very initial level to the meta hypes that got created, and the hype is now settling, which is great, because at least we have got some people who are sure about it, and that they want to discuss things rather than discuss or just come to us for learning. So hype has really helped this industry grow. Today, because I'm speaking about the internal use case, for within the organization, hence we'll like to keep it very, very structured. Why metaverse? Well, there are many, many reasons of why metaverse. However, one of the things that I've truly loved about this initiative is that it was not about just building a room or an environment where people can just play around and just be there within the confines of the four walls that you create. Having your experiences built on a specialized, if anything, a true metaverse platform gives you the ability, at least the visitors of the platform, gives them the ability to choose the content and have a free will navigation. They're just not here to come and experience what you want them to experience, but they also have the liberty to go ahead and see something else as well, which has been built by your neighbor. The second part, of course, is about social connections. So there is also a flip side to it. However, if done correctly, there could be a lot of things that could be achieved, having people to experience gamified processes, starting from just general regular games to quizzes and also creating learning paths for people that as gamified experiences could have a very, very big impact in terms of having people to connect to each other. There are ways to monetize in the metaverse. However, internally, if you ask me, these are all going to be rewards that you provide to your employees, and those employees feel good. So hence, for internal organizations, I don't think so that employee onboarding could probably have a revenue generation. However, like I said, rewarding people internally has a positive impact in terms of their motivation and things like that. Finally, well, there is definitely need to have more detailed analytics in the metaverse, and those are being built, whether you're building a standalone system or that you're going onto a platform, but you still can actually collect a lot of analytics, and I will cover some of them as we move forward. What is the metaverse for employees? So my background for 15 years, I have worked very closely building staffing, recruitment, and contingent workforce management related systems. And the procure to pay that I built also had a very, very huge module of vendor management, where I was essentially managing close to about 18,000 vendors for our clients. So when the day one, when metaverse came into an understanding, in my head, the day I understood what metaverse is, from that day to today, I believe that employees onboarding is one of the best use cases of in the metaverse. Why? Because from the time an employee is hired in the company, meaning that the day the offer letter is being issued to him, and from the day that offer letter is received, the employee has the liberty to actually have more offer letters too. And while companies expect people to come on a certain date to join, the joining ratio for organizations, at least in developing countries like India, where we have a huge IT demand, is not more than 50%. Now imagine for a recruitment team, if you were to go and offer 100 people and less than 50 people join in, imagine the price of that recruitment that company pays out for. And not only that, when people don't join on a certain date, it's not the loss of recruitment efforts. The loss is the billing that organization faces, meaning that the customer had to have 100 people on a certain date, and that the company, the employer, has the opportunity to start billing on that day one for the 100 people. But now suddenly less than 50 have come in, hence there is a direct hit on the bottom line. That's a bad news. That's a very bad news. So what do we do in order to ensure that we connect with our employees till the time they join the organization? And one of the things that we must do is to engage with them. How have we been engaging with them in the last 10 or 15 years? We're sending them messages, we're sending them emails, we're sending them some intranet links. That's all. We weren't doing anything more than that. We're not calling them for a coffee somewhere. I mean, that's also not possible, by the way. When you need to hire 5,000 people, you can't call people for a coffee. However, giving them something immersive where they have the liberty to go and talk to the AI and know more about the company only reestablishes that it's the right company for them to work with. So I'm here to discuss this very, very ridiculous problem of the joining ratio, and how with this wonderful technology and by engaging with the employees while they are in the notice period before they join in, how to engage with them. Now, second part is the bigger problem waiting. The bigger problem is the employees have joined the organization. However, after a few months, they get bored. This is Gen Z. This is 20, 21-year-old, 22 years old guy. He doesn't have that much of attention, that he has to give it to the company. I mean, he needs attention. And organizations, I think they're with the traditional processes, again engages with them on classroom training. There is a process that's being discussed, and that it's in chronology. You have to learn from 1, 2, 3 all the way to point 20. I mean, how boring is that for somebody who's young and somebody who's talented too, for just to go and hear someone for 5 days sitting in one room? That's very boring. That has to stop. That's not the right way to engage with employees when they come into the organization. You must have to think that employees can also create their own learning path. Not because I want them to learn in a chronology from 1 to 20, I can have them choose which part of the learning path they would like to join in and exit to join the other module, and have them continue to learn, but on their own pace. That's possible when you do it immersively. That's very possible. And I'll show you one of the examples of how that's been achieved. One of the other use cases of the metaverse is team meetings. And while there is always a sort of a discussion and debate of whether can we really do meetings in the metaverse, well, I am thinking from a perspective of Gen Z. What they want to do is they want to come to a meeting. They don't want to show up their faces, because even when you do nowadays, when you do your meetings on Zoom, not everybody is in a camera. So while a person comes into as an avatar format, one, he has the liberty to choose how he looks, number one. Number two, he has gotten some space to sit where he wants to sit. He can listen into what's going on. He can pitch in, share the screen, and he can also run videos like the way I'm doing it here. So while we're doing everything what we're doing today in Zoom and other things, it's taken years for us to come to this point. Believe me, it won't take us the similar number of years to move into the immersive way of doing meetings. It's just a matter of time. So I'm looking forward for companies who are very interested to building their team meetings experiences much more interactive and more productive, and then can do better than what they can do it on Zoom. While when you do the meetings, there is also a grand use case of the training. Now, what's training really in immersive? Training really in immersive, it has absolutely no leaps and bounds. Um, the the use cases, the actual real-time scenarios can be built in, and those real-time scenarios, what they can essentially bring in is fun getting trained. So I am looking at fun at the rate training. I'm not just looking at learning at the rate training. I'm looking at learning, but I'm wanting to have the person choose one path, and not I tell him which path he has to follow. That I want him to be engaged with me from an organization perspective, and then he can talk to the CEO of my company to know what's the plan of this company, because AI with the use of LLMs is being trained to answer like the CEO. And lastly, for your clients, whenever you build a nice, good product, if you're in a tangible industry, you don't want to go and show them on a camera or just a movie kind of format on a VLC player. What you can also do is you can put those 3D models inside your company's metaverse solution, and have your clients come and engage with the content. So this way, not only that you're looking at just one single use case of just having people to come and get in just to do one thing. No, I believe it has to have a constant engagement. Secondly, one of the challenges that we have always faced with respect to the larger adoption of the metaverse in general is that is thought process, around executives. Sometimes I kind of get confused also while I speak to some very, very senior folks. When they say, hey, we've made a metaverse, now nobody comes. My take is when you make a metaverse, nobody comes, because if you make a Facebook page, or a LinkedIn or Instagram page, but don't do nothing on it. No one even comes there. So you got to go through those things. So as soon as I think from an audience perspective, the folks who are here to learn about the metaverse, if you are really wanting to do something in the metaverse, I'll say build it, but spend more time on creating engagements in the metaverse. So what happens when you have employees onboarded in the metaverse? Now, these are numbers which may look subjective. However, in my personal understanding in speaking to executives or working with companies, I've realized that there is a decent amount of dissatisfaction when it comes to onboarding of employees all across the world. Please don't think that companies out there in America or the West do it any day better. No, no. It's the local flavor that matters, and it's not the global standards that one has to think of implementing it. You're hiring somebody, a human. You got to treat him like a human. You got to give him such a nice, good reception that he should never forget his day one. And that day one, if you give him the freedom to do what and how he wants to do it, that's where things change. People decide about leaving the company in a matter of just a few days. People never decide of leaving a company after 5 years. It's just a month or two, sometimes even 3 months. And yeah, and this is very natural. I don't think there's any bad in it. But you got to think that the Gen Z, the newer generation, that's coming, he just doesn't come to you and leaves a job. He actually gives you that negative reference to everybody in their network. So your recruiters have a hard time when they go and hire people again. That's another problem, isn't it? Let's move ahead and talk to you about the companies that I know have been doing some great work in the building employees metaverse. One more thing I'd like to clarify to you today is this term metaverse sometimes also, um, it's also sometimes, not really the metaverse really. Why I say that is unless and until you're thinking of an immersive experience, that's the core of your thinking process, like from a storyboarding perspective. uh, I think metaverse is just a name. So the folks here who are thinking that, hey, we are looking at a metaverse big, no. Even if you create smaller experiences and host them on the right platform, you're still doing a good job. Okay. But yeah, the term metaverse, since we're here, we'll stick to that. What did these companies really do with their employees and create experience for them in a very, very immersive way? And I'll cover almost everything that I said to you with respect to the use cases just now. So let's play a couple of videos here and make it a bit more visual for you. All right, let's get started with that.
Let's get started.
Just to give you perspective, we chose Geometry XR, which is a XR product where you can create solutions immersively and deploy them on the platform without writing a single line of code. And yeah, this has been a very, very good help for us as far as the implementations are concerned. Here is what is a very, very basic example of what we did. And once this video finishes, I will also let you know how much time we took to build this experience. And this has got AI involved in it, which means all of these avatars are not 3D avatars, but LLM-based trained AI. We will also discuss after the video as to how much time I took to create them. So yeah, so starting this video, and after that, I will pick up the 2 pointers and start from there. Thank you.
Welcome to the Metaverse 911 Employee Onboarding Experience. In the Metaverse 911 onboarding experience, you will talk to your team, test your skills, get trained, and collect your goodies. Now visit HR department on first floor to collect your ID card.
Hi, my name is Siddharth. I am a hiring manager at Metaverse 911. Now, let's get started with your onboarding adventure. If you're ready, let's head to the ice-breaking area where you can meet your team. Hi, I am Rahul Sethi, Metaverse expert and founder, Metaverse 911. Excited to have you on board.
Hi Rahul, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you for asking.
How do you came up with the idea of this company?
The idea for Metaverse 911 was born from my passion for emerging technologies and the potential of the metaverse.
As we take a deeper dive into learning how to secure Metaverse, let's first start by splitting it. Yeah, so you saw this video, and I was talking to you about the time we spent on building this particular experience. It took us 3 days to do what we have done here, and it took us only about 5 hours, 300 minutes, 5 hours in creating the AI avatars, training the AI avatars for this particular experience. Now, which means that any company who wants to actually create a good, reasonable onboarding experience can do it within a week. That's all. And that's to start with. The second part is, what did we do with AI? Is it really a big job? Is it really a very, 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 very tedious, difficult thing to do? Absolutely not. Because I just uploaded my LinkedIn profile. And that's all I did. And the system is so smart for it to tell me, for it to tell the new employees who are coming in about myself, about the company, and many other things. So folks who are looking at thinking of creating employees experience after this presentation, happy to connect with you. At the same time, do look at our website if you have any questions. After the session, I'll be happy to take the questions. And once again, thank you very much for the team here who has been highly, highly committed and have had a lot of patience of, putting together all of this content. I really appreciate them and congratulate them for this wonderful, successful event here. Let's move to the next example, where I will talk to you about how PayPal created a virtual headquarter. Same process. The sentiments aren't different. Same process, everything is same. All we're doing is different use cases of how you can create immersive experiences for your employee. So we'll play this video for you and happy to take any comments or questions after the video.
Welcome to the virtual headquarters of PayPal, designed to engage employees. Using Gmetry, PayPal created an immersive metaverse experience that was designed to motivate its employees and set them up for success. The pavilion is the entry point to the metaverse and serves as a one-stop shop for all employee needs. It provides a wide range of resources and activities to help employees learn about the company and connect with their colleagues. The pavilion includes a variety of educational resources, such as training materials, e-courses, and webinars that help employees develop new skills and knowledge. Step into the House of Innovation and be greeted by a special message from the CEO. Emphasizing the company's core value of innovation, this message sets the tone for what lies ahead. Explore the showcase content, an awe-inspiring collection of innovation stories from various teams within PayPal. With over 16 hours of curated content, including videos, podcasts, and interactive presentations, employees are empowered to learn from their peers and stay updated on the latest trends and best practices in their fields. The Innovation Showcase is a tour of the company's innovation hub, featuring multiple vignette spaces that are demo environments showcasing the company's products and their capabilities. Each vignette includes a variety of interactive elements, such as videos, demonstrations, and hands-on activities, to help employees learn about the products in a fun and engaging way. Engage in vibrant discussions within the House of Innovation's dedicated discussion area. Here, employees gather to exchange ideas and insights while immersing themselves in an innovation playlist curated by visitors to the experience. This interactive forum nurtures a culture of continuous learning and collaboration. Unleash your competitive spirit at the Gaming Arcade, a place where learning becomes a thrilling adventure. The Gaming Arcade fosters a sense of community and connection among employees, making learning a fun and engaging experience. The PayPal Metaverse nurtures a culture of continuous learning, innovation, and collaboration, propelling PayPal to new heights. Transforming the future of work in the Metaverse with Geometry XR. Visit www.metry.com.
So yeah, so PayPal, when thought of creating something in the metaverse, one of the things that they really were thinking about, somebody who comes into the headquarters of the PayPal and can interact with the management team. That's number one. Somebody who can actually do certain activities before he is allowed to the module 2, which is the environment 2. And hence, there is certain activities that you've seen a user has to do, the employee has to have to do, to then go get into the second part. You see, the thing is, any organization, okay, has to always think from creating one minimalistic experiences. Never think of creating experiences which will be like a couple of 1,000 meters, property, and that you will spend like 5 years building it, and don't even think much about it. One of the problems, are the agencies, in my view, that gets created when you speak to agencies, is they kind of sometimes complicate, experiences by saying, we'll create a digital twin of your company. And I somehow do not agree to that, because a digital twin has a certain applicability with respect to executing commands in the plant with the use of IoT and other technologies. Digital twin can be used for maintenance purposes. Digital twin can be used for even doing simulations on the assembly. But I personally do not think that digital twin of a corporate headquarter makes any sense. So, and why is it that you would want to do that? So think of it as a near digital twin when you're creating experiences for your employees in the metaverse. Try not to do 100% replica, because one, it will cost high, it will be having a huge cost for you. Number two, it's just not necessary. What you should look at is creating something that resonates with your employees and it looks nice and cool, ultimately. And if it's near to what you have as a corporate headquarter, nothing like it. So let's move on to the next use case here. This is one of my favorite use cases. In this use case, Kotak Bank is one of the largest banks in India. I'll play this video for you, and then after this video, I will go ahead and share with you what they've achieved here in creating this experience. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful work. This is my favorite. 35,000 people who said metaverses don't have people. Brandon Hall Award for this experience. And every week they do something or the other in the metaverse. What a brilliant, brilliant company this is. They work hard. They work very hard to engage with people. 35,000 people in tier 2 cities. Think of it in somebody in New Orleans, somebody in far side of South Africa, you know. Um, just imagine somebody in the tier 2 town in India where you don't have, I mean, we have a lot of bandwidth around 4G, but still, you know, and what I found was that engagement rate on this platform, the learning path I was talking earlier about, the you know um, uh, the way they created the opportunity for people to choose what they want to learn, and I was referring to that when I got started working, talking to you. Um, this is the pinnacle of innovation in my view, you know. So it's actually many a leaps ahead from when I started. So let's just quickly consolidate what I was talking to you, so you're not lost with what I'm coming up with here. Step number one, we discussed that there is an AI intervention creating very small, limited experiences in the metaverse for your employees and giving them the liberty to know about the company, speak to the CEO, the founder in my case. The second part is about creating a headquarter, your own office building in the metaverse, and having your company, having your employees come into your virtual, world and come and experience things and do certainly know more about the company. The third one is engagement, creating learning in the metaverse. That's third, and the one that I've just covered. And yeah, and this sort of pretty much now I think you will resonate to the use cases I spoke on the slide one. All right, but I haven't finished yet. I still have got a few minutes. Um, what I will show you is now that we, along with a company called Converse AI, had done a team meeting most recently. So I recorded this, and this is me in the black dress, the one on the dais. And yeah, I've got these people standing on the sofa, being sort of all happy guys. We couldn't do it like every day, but this was one of the events where what I realized was that people connected physically. They did connect virtually, but the impact of that was physically. How? Well, all of these folks are not sitting in one office. Number one, everybody is far off. Somebody is working remote, somebody worked from home, and some from the office. What happened after this was they started to talk to each other, and then they did certain activities here. We had a few games here that we created and have them go play those games. And once they played games, we gave them awards as NFTs, here. And this created this very nice interactive sort of relationship between them. And most recently, I think about a week, 10 days back, I have got another request for organizing the same team meeting again. So yeah, I mean, people want to do something different, and I think we shouldn't just think of it from an executive and leadership position. I think we also have to think it from what people want. And sometimes when you do a small change in your organization, you will see the impact go very, very far. We'll play this quick video for you. And after that, like I said, happy to pick up the questions. You can always go write your questions, be prepared, and yeah, look forward. Let's get started. Incredible. So you saw the magic, right? You see that people are very, very interested in knowing what in interested in knowing each other, but then they don't have time. So when you give them a 30 minutes, 45 minutes of this fun time in the metaverse, having them play games, having them go to what they want to do, but at the same time, I was having an opportunity to discuss with them as to what's going on in the company, show them the presentation, and yet have a conversation which was not very formal, thus hence creating an opportunity of connected world, connected teams. Okay, but there is also risks attached to it. It's not easy. It's not easy. You got to be very, very sure of what and how you would build experiences, because um, the challenge is that being avatars, people can always, utilize, log in with somebody else's avatars, put up the names of the people, and do certain things, certain activities, which are not aligned to the ethics of the company. So therefore, one has to be very careful when thinking of what platform you could design your metaverses. At the same time, data breaches are something that you got to be very, very sure of, because if you're not collecting financial data, you're still doing some rewards. And so you got to be very, very sure that your rewards that you're offering to people, and that all of that information is in the secure servers and not just being put to any sort of a weak authentication systems, or can be accessed, excuse me, through any weak authentication systems. But I think the ones that I've worked with very closely are the ones where people have used SSOs, you know, and single sign-on. It sort of, really, really helps when you think of having very limited access being given to your employees only. At the same time, there are also platforms now, tools now, which can restrict movement of people from, going onto a different room or a different environment if they don't have the access and all that. Okay, so that's something which is definitely available now. I'll be happy to have a detailed conversation on that with anybody who is interested. But yeah, that those are things. But yeah, when you're designing metaverses all by yourself, what you also have to think about is the lack of rights coding standards. Sometimes that can lead to leakages in your code base, and that is something which you got to be very, very sure about when you think of the internally building the metaverses. Okay, but I've covered pretty much education and awareness. It's very, very important. With respect to what I said, there are problems, but then also there are things that you have to do to make sure that those problems don't haunt you. You know, User education is very, very important. Please create awareness
Vandana,
amongst your
can you see
organization. You
me
do that
sitting?
all the time. Thinking from a cybersecurity perspective, you speak to your
Okay, but
employees
what
all
if
the
I
time.
speak?
Um,
Can you hear me?
Tell them, make them aware of all of this stuff too, and yeah, regular audits by your team always helps. In essence, at the end of this session, what's in it for companies? If I were to give you my closing remarks in just a moment or two, I personally think that there is no way that you could think of creating a metaverse that will have replacement of physical connections or physical meetings. What you're really doing is you're accelerating human connection by implementation of newer emerging immersive experiences. Number two, are you saying that it will help or it
All
may
right.
help? Well, my
Thank you,
answer
thank you,
is
thank you.
it will help to
For
those
folks
guys
here,
who said it will help because
who can,
you are
who
now
have spent time
having
listening to what I
people
was saying,
giving
if
them
there's any
certain
question, happy to
change,
take your
and
questions and
change is something
yeah,
people love.
take it forward.
So, third point, the the essence of actually having the good experience is good, but it's not good even if it's a great experience unless you don't create engagements in that experience, engagement for people. So folks, thank you very much for listening to me. I hope that this has been an interesting session. If you have any questions, please let me know. I'll be happy to answer those questions right away. And for anything that you need more info, you can always reach out to the organizer team. This is my LinkedIn at the end. Once again, I'll be happy to connect with you on LinkedIn and have a conversation around meaningful use case of the metaverse going forward. Thank you very much.
All right.
Hello, Rahul. How are you?
I am fine, thank you. Dante?
Yeah, this is Hinza here from NFT Studio 24, the host of this session. So, are you ready for the QA session?
Yes, I am.
Okay, let's get a start. Uh, Now the session is all yours. Please, audience, if you have any question, you can ask to the Rahul Sethi right now.
It's been amazing, so many people and so much happening here. Amazing. Hinza, thank you. Thank you for your compliment. Amazing, Rahul. Amazing team. Yes, absolutely. I think the Hinza, the team here, the one that has organized this whole
Mhm.
session. Today I started, talking to them to today. It's amazing. It's a pinnacle of what's been done here. So congratulations, Hinza.
Yeah, and I really inspired by the team management. This session is really amazing. The how they conduct the metaverse area and all that, and really inspire your introduction about your company as well. So
Thank you.
before starting this session, I was really scared about to know that how to manage the employees in the metaverse. To be frankly, but after watching your video, I think we can be manage employees in the metaverse, and it will be the very smooth way.
Absolutely. I think more than 1 million people have been onboarded just this year. I'm talking about India. I'm sure that people from all over the world are working on creating experiences. Because if you have got happy employees, you will generally you will also have happy customers. So it's a connected world in the sense that from employees experience to all the way to customer experience. Um, Second thing is that while it's still hybrid in many places as we speak right now. Um, you got to do more in the metaverse on an ongoing basis. It's not like I go build a employee experience in the metaverse and then I leave it.
Mhm.
My take is based on my interaction with many people in the industry, is that most of them are wanting to do more things. The problem is they don't have ideas. So ideation is a bigger problem than adoption, in my view.
Yes,
Like awareness is always going to be a bigger problem than execution,
yes,
because
yes,
if
yes, absolutely.
awareness exists, then execution becomes easier. So yeah, now and going forward, I'm looking forward to what will happen in 2024, because um, this is not just going to be for the large companies. This experiences will be very helpful even for smaller companies, and everything could be done here. We are doing events not at the scale that this has been done, but we're doing events with HT Mint, which is a very large, huge media house here in India.
Mhm.
And now they have got Mint AI Summit happening on the 8th of December. So we are doing that in the metaverse. So there is a
Oh,
huge
totally.
population wanting to do something here, you know, and all over
Mhm.
the world. It's all about sort of bringing people together. And I was seeing the exhibition outside, the kind of rush over there. It's overwhelming.
Amazing, amazing. I want to add the line for my audience. If you want have any question, you can be text or you can be chat in the chat box. So Rahul is here for you, and over to you, Rahul. We know that we are coming next week. We have the India Blockchain Week, and so many newses and audience, the investor coming to the India. So how's your response about that?
No, it's very good. It's happening, and with I think both in the metaverse as well as in the Web3 world. It's been very busy. I was in Goa just about 2 or 3 days back. I was in Goa for a launch of Web3 on the Sea, and this is an initiative. This is an initiative between the public-private sort of a partnership, and they are hoping to build Goa as the next destination for Web3 developers. Metaverse is very synonymous to Web3 because, of course, many of my friends who are building metaverses are building them on the blockchain, if not centralized. So, so yeah, I mean, these are exciting times, and like I said, 2024 will be one where you can get a lot of new comers coming into the industry and trying to adopt
Yes.
what we people have been doing for the last 5 years. I mean, when I started 5 years back in this industry, my God, trust me, even I didn't know much about it. So the folks were starting today should not feel
Absolutely
bad.
right. I have a very, you can say that whether intro or childish question that if we don't have a technology or application which not connected to the blockchain, so still we call them as a metaverse, or the metaverse should be connected in any shape in with the blockchain. Can you
Well,
explain
that's a
about this?
wonderful, yeah, that's a wonderful question. Well, the premise of the metaverse was never meant to be a closed door sort of a environment. The premise was always supposed to be that you have the creators economy and that you are able to go and consume content the way you want to do it. But
Okay.
over the period of time, what I've seen is that even virtual reality experiences are being referred to as metaverses, um, because this is times where the pure definition of the context itself is not set.
Okay.
So as of today, I would say anything that's immersive is not metaverse, and that everything metaverse is immersive. You know, um, these are terms which I think now and going forward in the next few years, you will find them to be very, very relevant, and the whole communication around them also will become very clear. Um, think of it, if you can have a job fair where you can get 5 different companies come and present their talent acquisition plans and hire people, more like a recruitment sort of affair. Then similar thing can also happen within the virtual environment. Will there be ever be called metaverses? We still have to arrive to what they will be called.
Okay.
So it was very interesting. Just the last line, very interesting. I was with a client this afternoon, and he said something very nice. He said it's not about just metaverse or immersive experiences. He said it's about digital journey
Okay.
for
Amazing
a
line.
corporate.
Yeah. Digital journey.
You know,
Okay.
yeah. So it's a digital journey from when we started with those discussion forums 20 years back, and from then we moved on to social media, collaboration, TikToks of the world,
Yeah.
selfie videos and whatnot. So I think now the world, now and going forward, expect that this world have to have a 360 with 3D, type of components and elements being utilized for a higher user experience. So my take now and going forward would be that organizations who have spent too much of time and money on building 2D assets now will have the requisite sort of an intention going forward to attract people in the 3D environment.
Okay.
And that's a win-win, whether it's called a metaverse, immersive, or I don't know. Take 5 names, different 5 names are there. So yeah, good news is we all enjoyed. We all can see each other on camera as avatars. We can sit down in chairs that we like, and then we can roam around wherever, whatever we want to do. We can teleport ourselves from this place to some other place,
Yes.
and then we have some control in the sense that we have assistance from people like yourself and others who can come and assist us in executing this whole thing well.
Well,
So
yes.
the good news is we are on the way.
We are on the way. Yes, amazing. And the second thing is that when we discuss about the metaverse, I think the e-commerce concept, it will be going to the metaverse very soon. Everyone can be use the metaverse
Mhm.
for the online shopping purpose, not for the office point of view or the marketing point of view, even though the cinema and the online digital video content will be converted on that. So we
That's
have the
well said.
one tagline that the metaverse is for all, that everyone can be use that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well said. I think who thought that IKEA who thought IKEA did what they did like 5 or 7 years back with their augmented reality experience,
Yeah.
where you can go and scan a particular place and you get all your furniture fit. I had done one project with Mahindra Thar. It's a Jeep in India, and similar thing I done for them because in India we don't have much of a parking place. Homes do not have parking, unlike in the West.
Mhm.
So even if you've got this you know you've got this independent house, but then the parking is very, very limited. So what we've done was built an augmented reality experience. In fact, that's amazing. One of our mates, she broke the stairs, the ladder, not stairs, sorry, ladder, and we had to buy one. So actually, I went to Amazon. I was able to
Mhm.
see the ladder. I came out in my lawn where I put it there.
Oh,
I scanned it on the Amazon app in India,
amazing, amazing.
and I bought it because I saw it, because I wanted to make sure it doesn't go and cross the roof, because
Roof,
it's a
yes.
big one. So who thought 15 years back? I always give an example of this car. My parents and my grandparents. Um, if I were to go tell them, hey, I've got a car standing outside, take you to the nearest club that you want to,
Hmm.
does not have an engine, doesn't need fuel, doesn't have a driver, they won't go. They just refuse. Okay.
Okay.
So what we are doing today is not something that possibly everybody would understand in the world. But
Hmm.
let me tell you, the consumption of this content is always going to be with the ones, I think the ones who are starting now. We started with the Nokia 3300, the old one, 3350, whatever the name, and that little small phone Nokia, right? We never thought there'll be ever a touch screen and all of that. Now and going forward, imagine folks would walk on the road, with their camera on and use GPS in real time.
In real time, yes, yes.
So yeah, so I think that the whole immersive idea of in terms of how the content is consumed, the whole it's so big. The horizon is so big. I can literally see like this. I no one can see like this. Okay,
Okay.
so it's a wonderful time for, I think, industry. And folks, I think, who are here listening to us for an hour or so, I think really appreciate the patience, and happy to answer any question. Let us know. We are always available, and yeah, looking forward. Inza,
Rahul,
thank you.
really amazing time with you, and really, I really appreciate you to join us, the Metaverse Spectrum, and you're
My pleasure.
as a speaker. I really enjoyed your presentation. So thank you so much once again to join us.
You're welcome.
I will
Thank you.
surely connected you on LinkedIn because I really like your presentation that you mentioned your LinkedIn profile. I really like that.
My pleasure. Thank you, Paulina. Thank you very much for sending a message out.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Paulina.
that. Alina, thank you. Bye.
Bye. So, hello guys. We are going to be on our second session. Are you ready for that? We have a very special guest, one more special guest, RJ White. Before starting with the next session, I'm going to be discuss the title and description about the session. The title of the session is The Prospecting in the Metaverse, exploring the four-phase venture into the metaverse sports and unveiling the tantalizing posh multiverse, the first sign avatar, and the deep exploring of the sports in the metaverse, focusing on the engaging email discovering balance in the metaverse, a groundbreaking of the Four Force project, reshaping the digital realm, delve into the complexity of the digitalizing players, transformation gaming, and crafting complying content. Uncover the success story of the Posh multiverse, the first metaverse avatar signed to the modeling contract and agencies. This session is the speaker of this session is the RJ White. He will be introduce himself. Welcome to the RJ White. Are you there with us? I think RJ White will be join us very soon. We have a many lovely audience here. This the second session is very looking very interesting. The topic is unique. I'm facing some difficulty to host the session. I will be reload my presentation link. In the meanwhile, RJ will be start the introduction.
Welcome to a critical moment in our digital journey. We're stepping into the metaverse, a place blasting with endless possibilities and smashing old barriers. Our dive into the metaverse, sports isn't just a step forward, it's a huge leap into the future of entertainment and human connection. Let's compare the evolution of technology, including the metaverse, to the growth of the internet and automobile industry. Dial-up is like a stick shift, broadband is akin to automotive shift, and 5G and Wi-Fi is comparable to self-driving vehicles such as Tesla. Who am I? I'm RJ White, owner of Vipers Pro Men's Basketball team and the first woman to own a pro team in the UK and in Asia. I'm also behind Ballin' in the Metaverse and Posh Multiverse, the first signed avatar in Metaverse history. We've got 4 phases ahead, starting with inception, moving through integration, immersion, and finally, elevation. Picture a metaverse experience that blends sports, tech, and community engagement seamlessly. Now, what's Ballin' in the Metaverse about and how are we changing sports? It's a 4-phase project. 1, our multidimensional arena. It's the first multidimensional, multiverse, carbon neutral arena in the world. Posh Multiverse is the first signed avatar linked to a professional modeling agency, and we will use the same concepts to help teams leverage likeness for visibility and profits with our sports teams. Phase 3 is gaming, and phase 4 is digital content. How can we revolutionize sports? Have you ever struggled to get your kid into sports due to maybe a hectic schedule? Ballin' in the Metaverse will make life simpler. It brings everything from shopping to concerts right to your fingertips, a space that seamlessly woven into daily routines, just like checking your emails. This journey isn't just about technology, it's about reshaping community, interaction, and going beyond many, many limits. Our trailblazing Posh Multiverse is leading the charge in digital fashion as we merge our sports teams, add entertainment and tech, and invite people into this immersive experience that once was unimaginable. The first ever signed avatar represents inclusivity and authenticity, creating a stage for an engaging, diverse environment. Don't forget, it's all about the people, the enthusiasts, the dreamers, the visionaries. Shaping a lively and inclusive metaverse is our number one goal. Let's embrace the uncharted territory, pioneer new paths, and create a legacy for generations. The metaverse is calling and we're ready to thrive, innovate, and flourish. Welcome to Ballin' in the Metaverse.
I'm doing great. How are you? Awesome. Hey everybody. I'm open for Q&A if anyone have any questions or concerns about balling in the metaverse. My experience has been amazing. For those that don't know, I'm RJ White, owner of Vipers Pro Men's basketball team. I'm the first female in history to own a Pro Men's in the UK, and we are also buying a Pro Men's team in Asia. Our experience has been very immersive, very supported, and we are balling in the metaverse. Like we're getting our players involved into the space. My likeness, which is my own avatar, her name is Posh. She is in space. Yes, she's the first signed avatar in history to a metal to a modeling contract. So we are in Fashion Week 2024. If you guys are on my Instagram, you guys will know why. I'm a fashionista, so it was right up my alley to put Posh into fashion. And we just mix sports with tech and fashion, and you got Posh Multiverse and balling in the metaverse. Yes, I know everybody was asking us about. Yeah, we've been getting a lot of good feedback. We just received the most recent valuation of 3B, and we're just building. So you guys will be seeing my car very, very soon. I know. I'm seeing a lot of people get into the space. I'm really happy about basketball per se because I think it's so much that we can do in this space now, especially how I'm doing with Posh as far as like likeness. I think a lot of athletes will have the ability to create their own level of likeness and just, an expansion process, even for college students. I think it's pretty cool. High school students, high school athletes. We don't have anything as far as slides on here, but you guys can visit poshmultiverse.com. You'll see me and Posh kind of do like a side by side. We are working on some 3D film as she was just recently created. We've gotten this far in about less than 60 days. Oh no, that's my name. Yes. Now, balling in the metaverse, it's inspired from my basketball teams because we're pretty much worldwide. We've been to 81 countries so far, and now that we're going into the metaverse, we plan to take that with us. So I would say we balling in the metaverse, especially when it comes to basketball. Yes. Oh, I see Ariana. Hey, Ariana. Well, if anybody wants any more information on Ballin in the Metaverse, I am on LinkedIn and I do have social media handles, which is Instagram.com, under it's underscore RJ White. Okay. It says, can you tell us about how Posh will be in the metaverse? Posh will be my avatar. She will definitely show up into different spaces. We've been invited to five Fortune 500 pop-up shops in the metaverse. Posh will be one of the leading models in a lot of those particular spaces. She'll also be featured in different events. If you guys remember, where in the world is Carmen San Diego? We're kind of going for more of that effect well, where it'll be where in the world is Posh, okay? Because she will always be doing something. We have so many offers on the table for her as far as where she will be, what she will be wearing. And all of this will be obviously digitized in likeness of myself, what I'm wearing, what she's wearing. So it's going to be an experience. I look forward to it. It's funny. I see somebody texting me asking about Vipers Pro basketball. You should write your comment inside of the comment section. But Vipers Pro Basketball is a pro men's basketball team. We are located in Gurnee, Illinois. The arena that I'm creating that is multidimensional will be in Gurnee, Illinois. We will have one location in Gurnee and one location directly into the metaverse. We have some special features that we will be adding to our multi-dimensional arena. Our players will be digitized, so you'll see them at a lot of the concerts, meet and greets, and things of that nature within different metaverses as well. Um, so I appreciate the question. You should have put it in the chat. We are looking into the space for NFTs, probably going into maybe 24, 25. Right now, we're doing like design and build out for the arena in Posh, which is like our first priority. Absolutely. Posh is the first signed avatar in history into the metaverse. If you think about models in Fashion Week, she would actually do the same thing. So think of, we'll say myself on a runway. Posh will actually be one of the digital forms on the runway. So if you were to go to Fashion Week, you will see a big projection screen and you'll see Posh wearing the latest 2024, 2025 designers. Thank you. We do. We have been invited to so many different, not just metaverse spaces, but so many different experiences. We just got invited to like Radio Row and a few other places. So we are trying to digitize our players as quickly as possible. Posh is already digitized, so we do plan to just kind of just show up if that makes sense. So again, the Where in the World Carmen San Diego effect. Like our players will show up, I'll show up. It'll be more of like, where are we next? But we've got some pretty nice invites from a lot of people, influencers that are very much sought after in Gen Z and millennials. So it's some pretty good collaborations that we got going on here. Well, it's funny because I believe my parents are on here and they are several generations behind when it comes to technology. In fact, I talk to them about this all the time as far as how to stay current and stay up to date. And when I had to explain the metaverse to them, they were like, "What is that?" So I'm sure they're gonna text me a lot. But the best that I could bring them up to speed was to let them know that they have to pick a particular space that they are comfortable. And sometimes we just have to slow down, you know. A lot of times it's not about, you know, us being on the computer. If we could use it on the phone, make sure that you maybe have it already saved in like a hyperlink already on your phone, already have like maybe your password saved on your phone. And I mean, the best part about the metaverse, just like how we are here in Metaverse Spectrum, you could just look at the ceiling for a couple of minutes until you figure out how to walk forward, you know? So it's always good to just play in space until you figure it out. And that's probably why they're logged in and on here today. Absolutely. I love it. I feel like it's a really good experience. I feel like the conference is amazing. It allows you to, you know, be into the room with a lot of people that are already in the space, because a lot of people don't know what the metaverse is, the value of the metaverse. It's taking companies to different heights. Like I said, our original valuation was between $3 and $10 billion. And right now, as we continue to work, I could just see that growing as we bring more pioneers, some of your favorite basketball players into this particular space, and some legends into this space that we are working with right now. It just makes it just, you know, just a good experience overall, where you can kind of just be relaxed, be yourself, and just kind of enjoy what you love to do, you know? No, well, I feel like you have to have something, if that makes sense. I feel like when you're building a business, just like if you were building any other business, you have to have something to show them, whether that be a pitch deck, whether that be an idea, whether that be an example, or whether that be you being a great disruptor. For us, as we do pre-seed and Series A, we just kind of gave a layout as far as like what it was that we were doing. This is far before Posh even came into play as far as creating her Unreal Engine. I was so passionate about what I was trying to do that I was trying to give examples the best way I could before we created her, to let everyone know why it was necessary to fund this particular project. It wasn't until we started getting a lot of the Fortune, like I said, 500 companies bagging us for digital content, before we got our episodes that are going up on a particular cable provider, you know, and things like that, that people start saying, oh, wow, like we have something here. But I feel like it's all about how you put it out there on what it is that you're building, and making sure that it's going to have some type of evolving, or it can evolve within the next several years. And obviously, everybody cares about ROI, right? You got to be bringing in some sort of money. So that's another good thing too. Is, you know, not so much as just WIFMs, but what is in it for your investors? You know, how does it look in 2, 3, 5 years? Oh yeah. No, that's no problem. If you guys need to reach out to me, like I said, you can reach out to me on LinkedIn. I believe I was voted the top African American female on LinkedIn with the most connections or something like that. Yes, so you guys follow me on LinkedIn. I have so many connections on there; it's like crazy, and I love it. So I do think that also helped contribute to us getting as far as we got for our Series A and our pre-seed, in which we will be announcing very, very soon. But as I said before, we are at a 3 billion to 10 billion valuation right now. So if you guys only knew what we were cooking up, man, it's whoa, really? So it's amazing. I look forward to it. Mhm. I would honestly, I'm going to say sports. You have to think like if you go into soccer, if you look at soccer, you look at basketball, even now hockey, right? And they're like, how are you going to get hockey in the metaverse? But as you start to look at all of these sports enter into the metaverse, you have sports being the highest as far as like likeness for how much people are paying or are paid to perform this particular sport. So sports will always be, I would say, like the powerhouse for payments or payouts or salaries, if that makes sense. So I would say sports. I feel like the digital episodes that we have, but I do feel like there's more that we could do. Ask me the question again. You said video. We don't have a video per se. I didn't even do slides because I just wanted people to kind of go more to poshmultiverse.com to kind of see a little bit more. I'm like more of one of those visual peoples. My professor at Harvard always says this and yells at me all the time about it. He's like, sometimes you could just show more. And I'm like, I think it's a better experience when people tap on Posh Multiverse and they open the actual web link and they see exactly what we're building. Everything to me is about the experience. So I didn't put any slides on here purposefully because I wanted people to do their research. Yeah, and it's funny because I'm at like over 15 million in analytics, and I think that's predominantly why. Because obviously, current I feel like as we build out our arena, we're spending a lot of time. I would definitely say a couple days out of a week, and hours out of a week. I love it though. Like I said, you could say I'm somewhat of a perfectionist. So as much time as I need to spend enough to get my vision across or get my vision there, I'm willing to do. But I love it so much that I don't even consider it like time, if that makes sense. It's really something that is just like, I have my kids are involved in the space. So I think they say when you do what you love, you never really work a day in your life. So it's pretty amazing. Mhm. You said, how does it work? So Posh will be deemed as my likeness. The Posh that you see there is considered version one. And a part of our digital episodes will consist of us actually building out Posh to be my exact replica. I have different, features and attributes that you probably can see from Posh Multiverse that will make her to the exact exact of my likeness. And this won't be so much as like, you could put on like the digital nose to kind of like digitize her. We plan to try to build her through Unreal Engine. Between that and 3D and AR, I think we'll be able to get her to look exactly like me, which is what our goal is, as well as the natural hair. Thank you. Yeah, we just did a campaign with Dove, if you could see that, not too long ago about, the Cold My Crown, the curly hair of mine, into curly hair, getting her hair, to be the length of my hair. It's pretty cool. Like I said, I love it. Once we start dressing her and putting her into clothes and stuff like that, it's gonna be quite the experience. Absolutely. I believe the gentleman that was just on before me, he just showed how his employees will be interacting in the metaverse for trainings. I think that is completely brilliant because I think that is very essential, for us to be within the space, but to be able to communicate with confidence, and I think that sometimes we have a tendency of sheering away from things. Like what he said, when you're on Zoom, people turn their cameras off. And a lot of times, maybe because they're not dressed or their hair isn't done today or they don't have on, whatever the situation may be. I feel like being in the metaverse will allow you to be comfortable into the immersive space where you could be yourself and not have the necessary pressures of everything else that you deal with in this multiverse. So I think it's going to evolve very. We have right now 5 different offers from 5 different spaces. One of them being, which I'm sure you guys probably are aware, so I don't have to say the name. I know 2 of them were under NDAs for, but we are going to go to one of the spaces that kids love the most. If you have children, you know what you spend the most money on every week. Okay, for a new skin. All right, so we do have some opportunities for different worlds. Right now, we are building into one world out of Finland. I actually am the first female in history, African American female in history, to own the largest plot of land in the metaverse. We just recently bought a 164 by 164 of space. We are also the first, I am the first to actually have leases within the space. Okay, so for us, when you go to our arena, you'll be able to get some groceries, catch a concert, see a basketball game, you name it, you'll be able to do in that space. So we have so many offers right now that we have not actually locked in anyone, but we do have them, which is why our valuation is so high. Um, I would definitely say I would prefer somewhere that has a lot of activity. A lot of times when you are shopping, you stumble across that nice shirt or the nice pair of shoes or the nice pair of jeans. Sometimes our intentions is to go somewhere to buy, and we stumble across something. So I just want to be in the space where people can, like I said, it's immersive. They can kind of, just walk around, take a look, and stumble across us and say, "Oh wow, like what is this? Who are they? This is amazing." And I'll be back tomorrow. I really want to force any particular experience. I wanted it to be one of those things where it just kind of happens. Thank you. Say that for me one more time. Oh yeah, I do. I have 5 children. Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you. And you know what's funny is they actually keep me in current times. That's the greatest thing about having different generations within your home. If I'm not doing something right, they're gonna nobody does that anymore. Nobody says that anymore, mom. So they keep me on my toes. They keep me very much up to date. I'm involved into a lot of the programs within the high school. So I definitely have Gen Z perspective. I'm constantly asking and doing millennial and Gen Z research. So I think it's amazing. Like it all kind of came out, I guess, the way it's supposed to. So I love it. Absolutely. Well, nothing shy of my personality, which would be she believed she could, so she did. So that's actually the title of my book. It was inspired actually by my youngest daughter. I was just giving her and teaching her some career options, and it dawned to me that as I did for my website, it's better to go see it than to talk about it. And I just created some different pictures, to kind of let her know this is this particular career, this is that career. And a good friend of mine was like, "Man, you should like publish this and make it an actual book. Like it's kind of nice." So I was like, you know what, I'm going to. And as you can see from the ratings on Amazon, it ended up being quite the seller. And we are, I believe, going up for nomination for the Coretta Scott King Award for the book award. So we'll see how it goes. It wasn't intentional, I'll tell you that. Absolutely. All right, I actually put it in the chat here. And it's on Amazon and Barnes and Noble. Absolutely. I thank you guys for having me. This was so amazing. No worries.
Um, Hello, I'm Costantino Rosselli. I'm a best-selling author by a book that's called Million Dollar Chess. And I'd like today to speak to you about this book because it has some funny stories behind of it. And this is the book, and you can find it in Amazon right now. But when I wrote it, I had in my mind to write a book a long time ago. I still have. And there are a lot of books that I have on my pipeline. And I was one day with friends in marketing, and we discussed about the power of marketing in our days. And I said, today, nobody blocks you. There is there's no reason to wait for someone to pick you up. You can go out there, the stage is yours, and the audience waiting for you actually. They're waiting to hear your voice, and they will judge if you can stay on stage or not. And I use an example by saying that, okay, today I can write a book and I can be bestseller without even need to have a good book, but because I know how marketing is working. And that was a challenge, and I wrote it because of that challenge. That was the motivation to put me on the desk in front of a computer to write my ideas. Because this book speaks about this. It speaks about how every one of us is sitting on a million dollar chess, but we don't know because we always thinking that we need to succeed in a committee. We learn from schools all of that things, and we are waiting someone to recognize what we do, to give us the authority. They have the authority to give us permission to do things, but we don't need the permission. Actually, we have to find the way by doing always things that maybe uh, are not appropriate, let's say, in terms of the status quo. So um, another story about this book is there are only 60 pages on this book in this edition because I would like to write a story instead of a guideline of how to do things. So it is a fiction story of how to reach your goals. And I didn't want to distract the story or to distract the reader by putting names and environment. So it's a raw story. So you can put it everywhere and you can name the characters by yourself. There is actually only one character that is running all the time until the end. 10 chapters, nothing more. So I wish you to to buy it and to enjoy it, and as a lot of my friends and a lot of people in the world. And I wish to see you in December 7th at 8 a.m. EST on the conference of Metaverse Spectrum in the Beats Fest. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Leslie Shannon, head of trend and innovation scouting for Nokia, and my job is looking at new technologies. And I particularly have been looking at augmented and virtual reality for the last 6 years. I come at it through the connectivity angle because that's where my company, my industry are focused. But I also look at the wider ecosystem and who is using the metaverse and how it is actually being played out in both enterprise and consumer, and most importantly, where it is going. I am very proud to say that I have written 2 books. One, Interconnected Realities, which is everything that I just described, and particularly what are the technical underpinnings that are going to be necessary specifically for the development of the consumer augmented reality glasses of the future. And the other one is Virtual Natives, which I wrote with Catherine Henry. And here, this is actually in the digital anthropology category, where we are looking at Gen Z and Gen Alpha, so people born after 2000, and how they're using these digital tools, including the metaverse, to really rethink and restructure all kinds of things. Spoiler alert, lots of disruption to come. So please join me. These books are available online. The usual sources, the usual suspects. I would prefer if you are going to buy them. If you buy them from independent bookstores, I recommend Barnes & Noble or Powell's.com. And but if you've read my books, or even if you haven't, if you'd like to get together and share some ideas, I will be live at the Metaverse Spectrum Business Conference on December 6th. And I'll be coming in through VR, but you can come in through your PC if you want to. And yeah, let's talk about the metaverse and how it's being used, because there is so much to talk about. I'll see you there.
Hello, I'm Luis Bravo Martins, one of the co-authors of Metaverse, See Beyond the Hype, published by Wiley in February 2023, so February this year. It's a brainchild of both me and Samantha G. Wolf. We're the co-authors of this book that we thought would make absolute sense to have in 2021, when suddenly everyone started realizing that the metaverse was going to change our lives. They just didn't know how, they just didn't know when, and everyone was talking tech. So that the whole purpose of Metaverse was exactly that. So for someone like, for instance, me, I have been, I am a professional in the XR, in the extended reality field, for more than 10 years. And I have been working with some of the technologies that have been, or that are listed as being building blocks of this new stage of the internet for more than 15 years. And I have been seeing some of these slow changes coming into fruition. And I, at the same time, have been witnessing how far some of the people are from these topics. And it doesn't make sense. So that's why we created Metaverse. And we started after an introduction and after taking care of the technological stack of pretty much all the technologies that will that at least we understand will be part of the next generation, the next iteration of the internet. Then we move on to establishing the opportunities in the market. Actually, we have like 20 vertical markets where we go into deep into the use cases, and we present exactly how you can leverage with your startup or with your company that the new or the already existing building blocks of this metaverse to be. But of course, with these opportunities come a lot of new challenges, and these challenges need to be addressed. Challenges like safety, challenges like privacy, like interoperability. So we go through them, we set ways, and we establish pathways into solving these topics and the work ahead. And of course, we establish then afterwards next steps that everyone can adopt in order to keep updated and work positively in order to benefit from a better, more, let's say, again, positive metaverse. And that's our main purpose. So you can find Metaverse book in all the major outlets, Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and most probably in your local library, bookshop. So, and also library probably. So you are more than welcome to reach out to me over LinkedIn or over the platform if you have any issues, any doubts. And meanwhile, thank you very much for reaching out and for your interest in Metaverse.
Welcome out of the beautiful Lisbon in Portugal. My name is Michael Alf and I am the co-author of B2B Metaverse Marketing. You see a copy here of the book, which is available both on Amazon and obviously here at this event. I co-author that with my good friend Markus Kuiper, who is an associate professor for B2B marketing at the National University in Singapore. And we really wanted to cover in this book how the metaverse is changing the B2B marketing world. So if you are in B2B and if you consider what the impact of the metaverse will be, then we recommend getting the book, talking to us, reaching out to us. We'll cover a lot of aspects. And what we really try to do is make it as timeless as possible so you can still read it in a short period of time. So therefore, we go into the current state of B2B marketing in general, then a little bit of technology, and then some frameworks, especially the frameworks we recommend. Our CHAMP framework helps you to actually assess where you are and to develop your own transformation map going forward. I look forward to seeing you again, B2B Metaverse Marketing, your book for the B2B world. Thank you very much and have a wonderful day.
My name is Michael Massioni. I'm the author of 2 books on political and governmental innovation. The first book, which I released last year, is called Reinventing Government Through Political Entrepreneurship and Exponential Innovation. The second book, which will be out in November, is called New Startup Innovation Models in Government and Politics. Both books discuss new innovation models in government, including the use of agile innovation, rapid experimentation, crowdsourcing, and gamification. The books also discuss the role of such exponential technologies as AI, VR, the metaverse, robotics, and 3D printing in government.
Hey there, I'm Wagner James Au, author of Making a Metaverse That Matters, which is based on my 20 years of working in the metaverse industry. I want to explain how everything you've been told about, quote unquote, the metaverse over the last 3 years is largely or somewhat wrong. For starters, it already exists, basically. It's thriving and is full of diverse, creative, transformative communities. It's time to reclaim the concept on behalf of the 600 million plus people who already make it valuable. Not just the companies who profit off the abstract future, but really the communities that are creating it now and the companies that are building from and with the communities. The metaverse is not an abstract concept, in other words, but it already is real to all these people, offering us a creative, world-bridging approach to the internet that's also a dynamic alternative to petty social media, algorithmic outrage, and impersonal AI. Hope you check it out.
This is the 10-minute break, and after this break you will be enjoyed the next session. The next session is very important, especially for the metaverse industry. And I really thanks to the metaverse spectrum team that how they can be manage this event. And it's really inspiring for me as well to connect more metaverse people. And when I listened their stories, when I listened their project, I really inspired that. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to connect this event, and I really like the metaverse as the conference this one. And I hope we will see you in next time as well. This is a 10-minute break, so see you guys after 10 minutes. And my team Nimra will be join you, and she will be take over my position. And see you in the next session. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, I'm Nimra from Team NFT Studio 24. I'll be hosting this Metaverse conference, Metaverse Spectrum conference. I'm from Team NFT Studio 24. I'm the PR and Corporate Communications Head of Asia Web3 Alliance Japan. NFT Studio 24 is Japan's first decentralized media platform. We are really excited for hosting this event, and we really hope that you can join us at our platform. So there are still 5 minutes left before our next speaker joins. Before that, I would really love to know about your idea of what metaverse is. For me, metaverse has always been a really great way to interact with the world, whether it's X or whether it's Instagram. Everything is going virtual. But when it comes to metaverse, it's like going into a world and being immersed into a world. I have had experiences working with or writing or even using AR AR and VR devices. And I think it's really great that we are holding this Metaverse conference for the first time. Or maybe this is my first time hosting in a Metaverse conference. So it's really great. It's a great experience for me. So other than that, let's just wait for the speaker. Before that, I would also like to introduce Asia Web3 Alliance Japan. Asia Web3 Alliance Japan is an association registered in Japan. It is basically an alliance that empowers the foreign businesses, entrepreneurs, and businessmen to expand into Japan in the Web3 industry. The whole idea of behind this alliance is to help international companies come into Japan and also to expand their business in Asia's Web3 ecosystem. We believe that Japan is a very big economy, like one of the biggest economies in the world, and it's rapidly increasing its presence in Web3 as well. So there are many policies, but we see that there are less policies for foreign businessmen, and we are working on that. So we really hope that if some of you can, or most of you can join us to into this alliance, it would be really great. So I think there are 3 minutes left. So before we begin the next session, I would like to introduce what this session is about. This session is about the industrial metaverse ready to take off. Industrial applications have long been considered some of the most promising applications of the metaverse, but the infrastructure for the industrial metaverse seemed hobbled by the lack of certain key infrastructure elements. Now, various aspects of the metaverse seem to be converging, including the emergence of robust new platforms geared to industrial metaverse, and the integration of such technologies as AI, VR, AR, and IoT in the industrial metaverse. This session will highlight prime industrial uses of the metaverse for manufacturing, prototyping, simulation, training, and other purposes. This session is held in a panel discussion between mm, moderator Michael Alf and panel speakers Michael Anoy, Dave Cops, Neil Trevitt, and Mike Gerzey. They will be joining us in a minute.
Okay. My name is Michael Massioni. I'm writer and conference producer for the Metaverse Spectrum Conference. And this particular session focuses on the current state and prospects for the industrial metaverse, which is considered by many to be possibly a major driver of the metaverse market, or at least the business metaverse market. So we've gathered together a group of panelists with very diverse backgrounds and perspectives on the industrial metaverse, and I'd like to introduce them now. We have Michael Anui, the principal analyst from ABI Research, Dave Cops, CEO of Worlds.io, Neil Trevett, VP of Developer Ecosystems for NVIDIA, and Mike Giresi, Chief Digital Officer for Molex. So let's get started with sort of the basics for the industrial metaverse market. Could we just start by trying to sort of single out the main attributes, the main advantages of the industrial metaverse? So I'll just toss that out to everyone.
Yeah,
sure.
I can.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Yes, I think, we see the industrial metaverse as a convergence of the physical and digital worlds in a persistent online environment. So thinking of it kind of like an embodied internet that you're inside of rather than just looking at it. I think, there's never been a way for corporations or companies to measure the real world the way we measure things in the back office. And I think the industrial metaverse brings us away of a live digital model. We have this ability to now measure the real world in ways that were never possible before. And once you can measure things, now you can change things. You can work to become more productive, more efficient, safer. All those things become possible.
Any other input on that?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I mean, the metaverse is really combining, the immersiveness of spatial computing with the connectivity of the web. And there are all kinds of ways that you can apply that for greater enterprise and business efficiency and innovation, that you can have diverse teams collaborating more effectively. You can start bringing in AI in all kinds of different ways, data visualization, AR and VR. We're seeing a lot of innovation in the key use cases in the enterprise context. But like Dave was just saying, I think one of the key things is digital twins, where you suddenly are able to measure the real world and visualize those measurements. Actually, you can use visualization in the design, in the monitoring, and in the prediction of real world plants and processes. So it's going to be a revolution, I think, in many ways.
I think Dave and Neil, the way you position that is very relevant to what we're seeing, particularly in the context of product development and bringing disparate teams together and helping them work faster. I think this concept of data enablement and activation is super important in terms of speed and time to market, and being able to work off of the understanding of what the information actually represents from an overall execution perspective. One of the challenges, and I'm sure you've seen this, Neil, in your role, it's difficult to get everybody on the same page sometimes in terms of what actually is trying to be achieved, particularly with technical products. And the more you can immerse someone into an environment where it's both real time, but it's actionable, and that information kind of lives on throughout the rest of the value chain, it's meaningfully from a productivity perspective. So that's where a lot of our focus is really how do we just help our customers get to value faster, and our engineers to self-actualize in ways where they feel like they're actually engineering and not necessarily chasing down data versions of data validity and things of that nature, which are very important but don't really add a ton of value sometimes.
So converting data into knowledge and insight is a key thing.
Sure.
Yeah, and I would just say I agree with everyone. From my perspective, I guess it's a little different in terms of, it depends on some people's perspectives and I guess where they're coming from, what they consider the metaverse. So, some companies may come in if they're kind of early on in that journey, they may just view XR or AR, VR as being kind of metaverse centric, potentially something like 3D scanning. And then as they kind of progress through those steps, then they start to bring a lot more of that data, so the digital twins and those kind of things. And so there's some kind of progression sometimes in terms of what people view as metaverse. I think some of it's because some people kind of view metaverse has to be something new. And so if they're already doing digital twins or something with the data, then they kind of view that as right now as separate. And then maybe metaverse is more to them AR, VR right now. But long term, I agree with everything. I think that's all for sure part of the metaverse.
Mike, that's a really good point. I think the change management aspect of that is huge, right? It's not just about throwing the technology out there. It's helping people. How do you work differently, and how do you apply that towards a productive outcome? And I think sometimes we tend to get very excited about the technology being very cool and unique, but not necessarily understanding the physical implication of adopting and applying that. And I do think you're absolutely right. It's kind of like the definition of digital transformation. It means everything to everyone, but nothing. So how do you pull that through the organization effectively? And that's something we're definitely seeing for sure.
Yeah, and I really agree with Michael's point. I think you see it a lot that it's very common to see the term the metaverse over associated with particular technologies. XR is definitely one of them, but it is much broader than that. And even worse, of course, because the metaverse is kind of a maligned term, let's be honest, because it's associated in many quarters with NFTs and crypto as well, which is going to, decentralized ledgers are going to be absolutely vital to the metaverse. But there's been some negative press that has kind of rubbed off onto the metaverse. But I think it's actually really interesting. If you say industrial metaverse, people go, oh, that's real. Oh, you go to metaverse, you go, oh. So I think the metaverse term is going to be rehabilitated through its serious use in industry and enterprise. I think this is going to be the beachhead where it really counts.
That's exactly what I think is happening. I think Meta came out and kind of, in my opinion, kind of screwed it up. I think they, but the way they metaverse, industrial metaverse is just not it confused the market. I think that very clearly the differences are real. So the metaverse is more about shared virtual environments, whereas the industrial metaverse is where we create live digital twins of real world places, and so we view that a little bit differently from most. For us, the digital twin is actually the entire environment. Some people say the digital twin is just of a thing, whether it's a jet engine or a building or something like that. We actually create digital twins as the entire environment. Everything comes alive inside of that live digital twin.
Okay, I'd like to follow up with that discussion on a number of different issues. And you mentioned digital twins, or a number of you mentioned digital twin applications. And I mean, that seems to be kind of the main part of the industrial metaverse, application market. How do you think that will change, let's say, in the near future, or expand in scope?
I mean, I think what Dave just said is super relevant in terms of digital twin moving from kind of a modeling capability to being an actual ecosystem, that you're incorporating and integrating processes beyond maybe a product development. So Dave, you used the analogy of a jet engine. So you kind of have the ability to build a jet engine, right? And you can see it and it becomes an asset. Well, the asset is truly the ability to commercialize and bring that to the marketplace and have the marketplace actually adopt and utilize that. So how do you expand that capability so that other functions, other activities, I think, are able to move at the same speed of which maybe the physical modeling or the development of the asset is? And that's something that we've been super focused on at Molex. We are not necessarily known for our speed to market, and we're trying to get better at it. A lot of it's just the cross-functional interaction between the various teams that have to do things to bring that to market. Well, our definition, our vision of Metaverse, Michael, is let's create an ecosystem that allows all the key contributors to be part of that simultaneously. And then we can reduce the number of what I would call handoffs and or transactions, if you will, that get something to some meaningful presentation faster so that we can ultimately help commercialize and move forward in a more expeditious manner. I don't know if that makes sense to the rest of the panel, but that's kind of what how we see it.
Yeah, I'll pile on. I completely agree. I think the real superpower of a real industrial metaverse is capturing and converting the physical processes that are driving, like in the case of a large industrial company like daily operations, into a live data stream. So because we have the environment as a live digital twin, we can now measure not just what's being sensed and where it's being sensed, when and when, but also where it's being sensed. So creating that real measurement of the real world and then using those measurements to create automations or alerts back in the real world and doing that all in real time is, I think, to me, that's the future. That's what the industrial metaverse should look like, right? It gives us the ability to measure our real world environments in ways that just weren't possible before. And that's what's exciting to me, I think.
Yeah, I think the digital twins, I mean, I think we're naturally kind of focusing on that. I think it is a really insightful and useful kind of anchor point to say, okay, what's industrial metaverse? Because it is such a powerful concept to be able to plan and monitor and forecast, using real data. The question, how is it going to evolve over the next few years? I think it's that basic cycle, using the real-time data, it's going to become more metaversey. What do I mean by that? No, so it's more spatial computing, more connectivity, more visualization is going to come into each of those three stages. So if you're doing the design, you're going to be able to use 3D, immersive computing, 3D graphics to visualize your designs virtually before you build them physically. And and one of the people asked me, what's the best metaverse application you've ever seen? And I have, it's people in designing programs for industrial robots in the virtual space and just lifting them out and putting it onto real robots, and it all just works perfectly. That's freaky to me. That's already working. And then when you actually have the plant or the process up and working, monitoring and optimizing, and I think we'll get onto this is where augmented and virtual reality can come in, visualizing it, or even going onto the shop floor with AR and tweaking it with your AI companion looking over your shoulder. Now that's very metaversey, and that's beginning to happen now. There's been some very recent announcements. And then the whole thing of physical simulation, GPU compute, and AI coming in, because if you can begin to simulate your processes faster than real time, you can begin to predict and optimize into the future, and you can visualize that again. To Mike's point, it's not just random data; it's visualized insight that you're getting from these monitoring and predictive processes.
Yeah, I think I agree with everyone. And it's nice to, Dave, Mike, and Neil have kind of a long-term good view of what the metaverse and the industrial metaverse in particular, what it means. You talk to a lot of companies, again, early on, I've spoken to companies who, say digital twins, they don't even think that as part of the metaverse at all. They have more of a, I guess, kind of a ground, kind of fundamental kind of view of what digital twins are using it for. But as you start to bring digital twins together, digital twin to digital twins, you start to bring in a visualization that starts to add the value, and they understand it, and then they start to evangelize it, and that's where you kind of get to that next steps. Even visualization, I've spoken to a lot of companies, they're like, they're doing digital twins, they don't see any value in visualization yet. I can't sell it. But then you talk to companies who are further out, and like, oh yeah, visualization is just very important to us now. They're using it for things like you said, design, updating factory lines, those kind of things. Then they're using it in VR, and all this starts to make more sense. And if you get to something like a command center or something like that, and a more advanced digital twin setup, then again, that visualization becomes more important to them. So, as you get more advanced again in your metaverse journey, I guess you can call it that, all those things start to become a lot more valuable. So everything we've been talking about, everyone's talking about, 100% agree, for sure.
I think part of that, Michael, is the companies like kind of their digital maturity beyond the concept of like technology. It's like the ways of working, and how do you think through how you drive more value, through your specific role. And Neil, I think you said it really well. It's the ability to simulate what could be versus what we know as is, without having to spend a lot of time and money and actual resource against that, but then being able to apply it in actual production, because the simulation is representative of what you do have versus what you don't. So you can, and then project forward. We think about kind of the number of assets we have from a manufacturing process, and as we develop new products, where is really the best place to manufacture that product? Because not all plants are created the same, right? And you could even have like plants that necessarily have a certain capability that's more advantageous to a certain product. You can't see that real time without doing a tremendous amount of data analysis and kind of historical review. And I think the faster you can provide that visualization, thank you, I can say that really well, in terms of how to pull that forward, it becomes more of an asset to the organization. And it's less about industrial metaversing, if you will. It's really about just new ways of working. And this is kind of how we want to move forward. I think this will become very real when people stop talking about it as some sort of like technology activity. And it's just, this is just our operating model. And this is how we think about driving value to the marketplace.
Yeah, no, I and to everyone's point is, as soon as you see really effective visualization in action, you try to take it away from people. They go, don't take it away. How am I going to survive without that? It just becomes essential.
So I know, some of you have already addressed this issue, but I was just wondering if you could kind of identify, single out or rate sort of the most promising vertical markets for the industrial metaverse, whether it's energy or autos or manufacturing or a combination. Just from your experience, what do you perceive the most promising vertical markets to be for the industrial metaverse?
Well, certainly from the NVIDIA point, I think most of the early adopters are probably in the manufacturing space, complex plants doing complex processes, is kind of a beachhead application. There's so much planning and detailed data. Again, to Mike's point, if you just faced with this huge intractable problem that suddenly you can visualize and plan and simulate, it is just so enabling. I think that is where we're seeing the majority of early adoption.
We're kind of seeing it with large industrial companies. So think about the companies that have the most complex real world environments. So especially in supply chain, and I think also environments where people are harder and harder to find. I think the stat I heard the other day in supply chain was that they have 15.5 million more jobs than there are people to fill them. So automation is not just a good idea anymore. It's like a mandate. And so for us, the best customers are the large industrial companies that are trying to understand, analyze, and build automation into their very complex environments. So by building a live digital twin of a real world environment and being able to measure the activities and processes that are happening, it gives them the ability to superpowers they haven't had before. So companies like steel companies, that's been our big thing lately. Those are really dangerous environments, and so if you can provide technology that can create a safer work environment for people, that's a huge benefit. So yeah, that and energy and manufacturing, distribution, all those places are just really thirsty for using the industrial metaverse to measure and improve their environments.
Yeah, I think, sorry, Dave, we're seeing the same thing, in terms of adoption through large industrial manufacturing. And like anything else, there's companies that are kind of out in the forefront and they're leading, and there's others that are slower to adopt. We find that the ones that are faster to want to venture into this space it's not, it wouldn't be surprising to hear that they are, based on how they go to market and how they represent their businesses and how they think about driving value. So, we think from a Molex perspective specifically, there's a tremendous amount of opportunity here. Everything from what it means from connectivity and speed and capability in terms of providing the compute. And Neil, obviously, we partner with your company on some of this in terms of helping high-speed backplane capability out to the internet, for lack of a better description. But certainly, Dave, within the physical plant, there's automobile companies that are like super excited about this, and there's some who know about it but aren't quite sure, how do I get this going? Like, how do I get started? And I think that is representative of kind of who they are. Better word.
You see that for sure. There's definitely a lot of fear, I think, and the fear is in not knowing, right? I think once they see it, it seems almost magical.
I know.
There's a lot of fear initially.
I agree.
Yeah, the only thing I would add, I guess. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was saying the only thing I would add would be look outside digital twins. In the XR side, we've seen lots of traction and interest on the AEC and built environment for more kind of immersive, where they're showing plans to customers, clients, and those kind of things. So they've kind of adopted it early on in some of those more immersive collaboration and engagements.
No, Michael, that's a really good point. We because of the pandemic, where our plants are, it makes it pretty difficult. It was very difficult to actually physically go to those plants. So as we were evolving those capabilities, particularly with concepts of XR and being able to help guide and understand the implications of some of the things that we were trying to do. We were implementing a brand new PLM system during the pandemic. We couldn't physically get to those sites, so we had to do it through digital means and so forth. And I don't think people thought about it as working in a metaverse. I mean, they just thought about it as, well, this is
Have to do it, yeah.
I just need visibility. But educating people on this is kind of what we're talking about. Like this is a new way of working, and it was really helpful because it created an example that was very tangible and people could connect to it and they understood it. And it wasn't something that was like digitally theoretical. It was like, no, this is actually what we're talking about. It's this immersive environment. So I do agree with you. Everything from audits through trading to optimization of plant infrastructure and things associated with that. We learned a whole lot about how we could work differently, through these capabilities because we had to. It wasn't an option.
I'm really excited to see AR in industrial metaverse because I think we haven't seen really good examples of it yet. At least we haven't. But I love the idea of kind of collapsing AR, digital twins, AI, to where someone's wearing AR glasses. Now information has location, right? So when you look at a shipping board, you know what it is, if it's locked or not, things like that. Just I love that thought. That's one of the areas we really want to go, but I can't wait for AR to kind of fold into the industrial metaverse.
Yeah, I think AI is, if you look at the metaverse, and what are the ingredients of the metaverse, right? There's AI, there's XR, there's the whole 3D GPU stuff. There's going to be some Web3 stuff, and it's all the networking, 5G, and next decade 6G. But it's AI, I think, that it really is kind of the glue that glues it all together. And I agree with you, Dave. I think, because there have been AR devices out there for a number of years now, and they're getting better and better. But the fact that you can combine AI and AR together, that's when the magic happens, because it's no longer just, oh, this is cool. I wonder what I can do with it. To, the AI can scan your environment, understand what you're trying to do, and either remote expert or guided task with the AI, co-pilot, to use Microsoft's term, to actually guide you in location. That's a groundbreaking thing. AI is making what appeared to be magical just a few months ago. It's beginning to make it feasible, and I think that's a real revolution. And it's, as we all know, it's all happening kind of faster than anyone expected. So it is going to be really interesting to watch that evolve.
Yeah, it's interesting because that was my next question. So you've answered my next question about the role of XR, AI, and even IoT in the development of the industrial metaverse. So I just wanted to kind of get back to sort of the structure of the market. I mean, obviously this is a market that depends on the integration of a lot of different elements. And I'm just wondering, especially since we have two panelists that are developers of platforms for the industrial metaverse, I mean, what stage are we at? Is this like an embryonic period? How quickly do you feel the ecosystem will evolve, let's say, in the next 3 to 5 years?
I'll start. We're actually delivering it today. So we actually, we'll capture the world in 2D with cameras and sensors. And typically we don't put any hardware inside. People already have cameras and sensors. I think that's one of the great things about this idea of the industrial metaverse is that customers we're working with have spent tens to hundreds of millions of dollars on IoT devices and sensors and cameras, but really kind of in the end, all they got back was more data. The idea of using industrial metaverse technology is like creating live digital twins of real world environments, is giving them the ability now to measure the real world just like we used to measure stuff in the back office with AI. So couldn't agree more about how AI is the glue, right? So it's just, but we're delivering it today. And so we deliver that solution today. Some of the use cases are things like, there's safety use cases. So making sure that people aren't in the wrong place at the wrong time. One thing that's really interesting about the industrial metaverse or a live digital twin is that you can create these kind of smart zones, if you will. So inside the twin, you can actually create a zone that's programmable, so now I can program that zone to say, let me know if there's a person here. And maybe if there's in the case of steel, cauldron of hot steel going overhead, you need to make sure that no one's in that zone. So by using industrial metaverse, we can see that someone's in a place they shouldn't be and send an alarm, which could be, buzzing their phone and saying, get out of there, or it could be an alert or a blinking light, but that all happens in real time. That's it's a fascinating thing that I don't think people know is real today. Can you really measure the world in real time and then have alerts and automations happen in the real world, as they happen, almost like a real-time Six Sigma. Instead of having a pad and pencil looking at something a week later, it's actually you're detecting that critical variance that's happening, and you're measuring it, and then you're issuing an alert in real time. And that's just that's something I think people just don't realize is possible today.
Yeah, I would agree. We've definitely come out of R&D phase. I mean, there's a lot of innovation left to go, but we're definitely, I would say, we're in the early possibility phase. We're here. There are people using this technology today. There's a lot more to do. So it kind of comes back to the hype cycle, the metaverse hype cycle. The poor metaverse is dragged through this hype cycle. It's the industrial metaverse that's definitely powered out of the trough of disillusionment fastest, and it's onto the plateau of productivity. It's being deployed today, but it's going to evolve very quickly, even beyond what we have today. But it's being used today. That's the important thing.
I think what could be really interesting.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to pile on that a little bit. I love the comment. I think what the future looks like, is that the separateness of the physical world and the digital world are going to disappear. It's just going to become one thing, right? So eventually we'll all have our AR glasses or our contact or whatever in, and as we look around the world, there's information there, and we can interact with that and become more effective or safer or all these things. And so I do think that's kind of the future, is that the lines we have drawn between the digital and physical world will start to just disappear, and they all become kind of this one way of seeing the world.
I do agree, but also, I mean, lightweight specs like this that are totally AI. I mean, they're a decade away. I mean, there's so many difficult problems to solve, and the consumer metaverse is kind of relying. There's a bunch of stuff that has to happen in the consumer space before metaverse really becomes a thing that people are using. But in the industrial metaverse, we have enough pieces, technology pieces that are working here and now today. We don't need to wait any longer. It's deployable today. It's going to get better though.
Yeah, Neil and Dave, I think the industrial metaverse is here. And I think, Dave, your example is a really good one. I think using AI to be more intelligent and more alerting, of potential issues, particularly around safety, we're doing that also. And I don't think people think about it as the metaverse. I think they just think about it as applying, data to warning people. You know what I mean? But it is all part of that ecosystem. I think on the consumer side, I do agree with Neil. I think it's just going to be a slower adoption. I don't know if you guys agree, but I've yet to find anyone who can wear, AR device for more than, a couple hours max. I mean, it just becomes really difficult, and for a lot of different reasons. And in the industrial side, you don't really have to have that necessarily. You know what I mean? There's ways to do. I mean, so I just think they're two different products, two different worlds, and they will merge at some point. But I do think we're a few years away from that.
I couldn't agree more. And we're kind of handling this area between now and then with cameras and sensors.
Yeah, right.
So by connecting deeply into IoT and being able to sense the environment, we can do a lot without AR. But it's like you said, it's just not at the point today where people can wear them around all day, or there's fanny pack or whatever. It's just that's not there yet. But once we get that situated, and AR can be very simple, and someone can put some they want, and information's everywhere, then
I agree.
Stakes will go down, productivity will go up. It's going to be a fantastic thing. And I think, to bridge it right now, we're just connecting deeply with cameras, and
I think that's right.
Yeah. And I think that will continue too. It'll just become richer and richer. I mean, it won't now we don't use cameras anymore. We'll always use cameras. But picking up on the point that people don't call it the metaverse, I agree. We'll know when the metaverse has truly succeeded when we don't need to mention the term anymore.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
That's like you go into some, here's a nice online application. They go, are you using the internet? Immersive online applications, it'll all, that's what we're just, it's just a useful term for bringing all that stuff and making it reality. But eventually the term
I think you're spot on. It just needs to be a way of working. It's like it's kind of how we show up and how we get our jobs done and how we move on and how the rest of life integrates with that. That's when it will be real. Until then, it does feel like we kind of have to, almost like you're marketing it, in that sense. But it is a lot of education though, Neil, because I think without it, people they don't connect these things logically. And I think by forcing that connection, it helps accelerate innovation, particularly through the folks who are doing a lot of the work, because ultimately that's where the majority of the innovation will come from in terms of everyday capability. It's not going to come from some master vision somewhere. It needs to be folks who are doing the work real time and say, hey, if I could just do this a little bit differently, or if I had that information delivered this way, it would allow me to impact these lines much more effectively. And quite honestly, I could take multiple cycles out. That's where I think the innovation around this concept will come. And with companies like Dave's and so forth, and yours, the application of that in terms of physical capability, it'll drive a ton of value in the industry.
There is kind of an important convergence happening now too, just to your point. It used to be these organizations were operating in the cloud or on the edge, and it's either or, and now I think there's this kind of brilliant thing happening where they're becoming, it just doesn't matter. You can learn in the cloud and deploy at the edge, and it can be air gapped or not air gapped. And so there is kind of a really cool thing happening right now in how people are kind of bringing the industrial metaverse to life. It doesn't matter if it's in the cloud or on the edge, it can be both, hybrid,
I was just going to jump in and ask all of you whether you have any examples or data on the extent to which use of the industrial metaverse has boosted productivity or cost effectiveness for clients, whether they're kind of general figures or more specific ones.
Some can't say the names, but I can give you some data. I mean, like one real example is, in distribution of cold chain items. So whether it's pharmaceuticals or things like that, a single pallet can be worth millions of dollars. And so when a pallet comes off the truck and it's full of pharmaceuticals, it has to be put in a bio box very quickly. If it doesn't, the thing spoils, right? So the ability to kind of have an AI that recognizes these special pallets as they come off and say, hey, I'm going to put a timer on it immediately, right? And then the timer is going and 10 minutes goes by and it kind of sends a note to the manager. 30 minutes goes by, it maybe starts a blinky red light, and maybe 10 minutes left, it starts to sound an alarm. But anyway, getting that pallet into the bio box, it doesn't spoil. But you think about just the math of that, right? If it's a couple $1 million and you have 20 or 30 distribution centers and it happens once a year, it's a 60, 70, $80 million problem, right? So it's there's a lot of value. Sometimes the value is exponential. It's not like you double your money. No, it's like 10, 20, 30, 40x, And other things is safety, like again, in these very dangerous environments, having one accident is, first of all, a human crisis, right? I mean, this shouldn't happen. And then also just the business side of that's very expensive as well. And so it's sometimes you can't measure the value of just being able to measure real world environments and affect them as they're happening. That's the key, right? It's not about 10 minutes later or 20 minutes or a week later. It's like, can I affect this environment right now as it's happening? And that's what I think where the real value is.
Great. So my final question is, because I think we're getting close to the time limit, is what do you expect the growth of the industrial metaverse to be over the next 3 to 5 years?
I mean, we think it's going to be exponential, both in terms of what we're hearing from our customers and what we're seeing within our own organization. The folks that we're helping support in the industry are expanding these capabilities, significantly at a very accelerated pace. And I think architecture is going to allow faster acceleration, particularly as we think about partnerships between some of the companies that provide these platforms so that other companies can consume them without having to create the capabilities. So I think it's going to be very significant, but I do think it's going to be mostly in industrial. I just don't think the consumer side is going to be anywhere near as a quick pickup as the industrial piece is. At least that's our point of view on it.
Yeah, I would agree with.
Yeah, go ahead, Michael.
No, I would say I would agree. In my conversations, it's just pretty in terms of expectations. It can vary quite a bit, which typically from my experience kind of talking to companies, that is a pretty good sign. You have companies who think, oh, it's going to grow really fast, and some who think it's going to be lots more organic kind of growth. That just means that there for sure is that opportunity and the potential there. It could also depend how, I guess, widely you define metaverse or the industrial metaverse. How much of that is virtualization, automation, and those kind of things. But for sure, it's going to be growing. Even the companies who've deployed it, there's a question of like return investment and stuff like that. And most companies we've spoken to, they may have like a target threshold of 15, 20% or more, but with the payback period of 1 to 2 years, but they all clear it pretty easily with those things. So as Dave said, sometimes it's, multiples of benefit or value in return. So it just, again, depends on, what that, because, some companies may say that they have the returns, but strategically, if it's not quite, part of their core strategy right now, they may not kind of push that. So there's some cases where it may be a little bit slower than we think, but for sure it's going to grow. And another growth for like AI was cited a lot. AI has kind of been viewed not only for what we've been talking about, but also for things like accessibility. So you can think of like simulations, and maybe like an engineering analyst who kind of do the simulations today, but if that becomes more accessible to more engineers, then more people may be doing, CAD simulations that are doing it today, and that can just expand the opportunity as well. But yeah, so it's going to definitely grow. And I agree with Mike in terms of consumer. We've been forecasting the industrial to be stronger in terms of growth and the consumer as well. I mean, we see some crazy numbers out there, but if you drill it down to what's actually truly kind of more metaverse, the consumer side, it's just going to take longer in terms of where we are seeing it in the compared to the industrial as well. So.
Yeah, we're seeing it in the market. I mean, I think the most misunderstood area of business is the real world of motion. Like that's the area that we just don't know much about. And so the need for this is incredible. I would say that when we walk into a client, again, we're kind of focused on large industrial clients, but when we walk into these clients for our first demo, it's a problem they're all trying to solve. Like they're not going into any of these environments and they're kind of saying, oh, I haven't thought about that before. They're all trying to solve this problem. Everybody's trying to figure out how to build more automation into their real world processes. Like everyone's working on that right now. We've not met one company that we speak to where we're bringing them a new idea. How we do it's really different, but I think it's not even a question of how fast it will grow. How fast it will grow will depend less on technology and more on change management. I think we are seeing these large companies. They do kind of look at this like a cow at a new gate, as we say in Texas. You walk up to, whoa, what is this industrial metaverse thing? So I think there's some change management that slows it down a little bit, but the need is absolutely there right now, and everyone's concerned about it and everybody's working on it. So I think it's happening for sure. It'll grow like crazy.
Yeah, I think the industrial metaverse will grow. I mean, just follow the money, right? There's a straight line from this deployment of this kind of technology to increased efficiency, better profits. So the commercial motivation is there. And I think and not to over stress the AI thing, but the AI is going to unlock this, that we've had a lot of latent potential, like AR, the earlier example that we were using in visualization, understanding the environment, that cameras, and actually using visual processing and actually understanding, what's going on. All these magical things are going to be unlocked. That's going to be the kind of the innovative engine that is going to provide growth, I think, in the industrial metaverse space, both in breadth, different types of use cases, and depth, as people find new ways to deploy these technologies. Not to discount the consumer metaverse too, but it has a very different path to tread. That there is not quite such a straight, short line from innovation to money. Everyone's busy solving some of the interoperability problems. But as soon as we solve like that, how do you send your avatar from place to place? The bits and bytes of it, we're getting closer to solving that. But as soon as we solve that, we're going to find, oh, well, what's the business model? So there's a whole cycle of business model innovation that needs to happen. I think that's actually going to be the long haul in the consumer space, where it's much simpler in the industrial space.
Right. Great. All right. Well, thank you very much. Actually, you also answered one of the other questions I had in terms of what the biggest challenges are for the industrial metaverse market, and you have certainly addressed that. So I'm going to wrap this up since we're, probably at the 45-minute time limit. And I just wanted to thank everybody for their great thoughts and perspectives. And, this is an important topic. We tried to cover some other applications, automotive applications, and energy to a lesser extent. So obviously those relate to the industrial metaverse as well. So as I said, I just want to thank you for your participation, and that just wraps it up.
Great. Thank you.
Well, thanks everyone. It's great.
So, can you hear me all?
Never can.
Yes, I can.
Wonderful. Yep. So, just to start with a brief introduction. So, Jack, who was originally moderating, couldn't make it. So I'm now stepping in. It's my great pleasure, and I'm excited about this really interesting and super relevant panel. And I would like to encourage the audience to really ask as many questions as possible. So we have so many topics to address, and you just kind of click on the top right on the question mark. That's where you can ask your questions, and then we go through that and and see that we get through as many as possible. So we really look forward to the discussions here with Michael, Dave, Neil, and Mike. So please feel free to shoot off your questions. And until then, let's get started. So I'd like to kind of start with one question. I mean, there's a lot to cover in this presentation and your discussions you had on the industrial metaverse. And I just kind of would like to refresh kind of the perspective on one thing, and I'll start with the question around which always comes up also when I do the presentations on the metaverse, is kind of, is there one metaverse or is there multiple metaverses? Let's briefly start with that, and then hopefully the audience has some good questions. Again, put them in when you click on the top left. So who wants to start briefly with that? Maybe Dave?
Sure. Yeah, I think first of all, we kind of distinguish the metaverse and the industrial metaverse as, the metaverse is really what we're doing today. So it's kind of a unique time to talk about it. This room we're sitting in right now does not have a physical relationship with some real room that it's geospatially in the same place. This is a virtual room in a virtual world, right? In the industrial metaverse, we kind of look at that very, very differently. Kind of sits at the nexus of AI and IoT and spatial modeling, but the industrial metaverse is not a place that you go because you're already there. So this is they're virtual representations, like live digital twins of real world places. So I think that's the kind of the big distinction between the two. I'm sorry, what was the second part of your question?
Yeah, I think that's a great distinction, Dave. It was really around kind of this distinction. Is there one, or is it multiple? Yeah.
Yeah, we kind of look at the industrial metaverse. Obviously, everybody has their own metaverse, if you will. So like a location could be, a part of the industrial metaverse, a distribution center, a manufacturing facility, something like that, a business, an office. But there is this idea of the culmination of these things, could become kind of the global metaverse. I think when you start looking at things like supply chain, eventually it's going to be really important to connect these together. You'll have trucking companies, logistics companies that are moving products between manufacturing and distribution. Imagine if you could connect those three metaverses together into one, and you start to understand, like supply chain's got so many problems. There's hundreds of small problems, but if you start to connect those three metaverses together, then we know exactly where things are, when they're going to be there, when they're going to show up, if it's refrigerated, not refrigerated, what bay needs to be cleared and opened, and we're able to predict and have a world that flows a little bit better than it does today. So I think there are different metaverses, and the challenge is going forward is going to be how to connect those together in a meaningful way, so the data can transfer from one to the other and help us operate the world in the way that we can't today.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Dave, for your for your perspectives. I think it's this distinction, industrial metaverses, which is very much related to kind of existing environments. So kind of keyword digital twin and others. We'll come back to that as well. And seeing, yes, we have to connect kind of those metaverses. Any other perspectives? Maybe kind of from your work, Mike, at Modex.
No, thank you, Michael. I think, to Dave's point, this concept of integration of different activities into, kind of like what happened, from a very basic perspective with the internet, right? Like we all suddenly became connected in some fashion using different systems, different platforms, different ways of working, and eventually that became better integrated through data. I think the same thing will happen. I think Dave's spot on from an industrial perspective, the enablement of these ecosystems to come together so that we can work more efficiently and productively and kind of remove barriers that have existed in the past so that ultimately we can get to productivity faster. That will create the metaverse, for lack of a better description. It'll be lots of different platforms and pieces, but it'll feel like it's interconnected and in essence create, the metaverse from a user and or company everyday way of working outcome.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Thanks, Mike. So we have kind of the first questions from the audience. So thank you very much. Again, I encourage you to ask more questions. That's why we have these experts here. So the first question is, when it comes to multidisciplinary fields, how does it contribute to the development of the metaverse? So I think that's kind of interpreting a little bit kind of multidisciplinary. Obviously, we'll briefly spoke about IoT. We mentioned AI. What are your perspectives there? Maybe Michael, if you want to get started with that.
Yeah, I mean, the metaverse, as I said before, when we said in the discussion, it can mean various things to different people, and companies are starting at different places in the metaverse journey. So, the metaverse can mean different things. And so we bring in the different areas. Someone taking more of pure IT, more data, more digital twins. Some company may be coming in more from a collaborative environment. The pandemic, that kind of fueled the need to have virtual communications. You may not be able to go on site. So that may become more of the metaverse angle to that company or that application. So absolutely, it's being developed from multiple areas. It's not one way, one pathway forward. So multidisciplinary is absolutely important. Critical.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Michael. Neil, any builds on that? The multidisciplinary perspective view?
Yeah, it's the metaverse is going to bring together so many different disciplines. I mean, both building the metaverse itself, so you have all of the technology, the connectivity, the AI, the simulation, the graphics, all the XR devices, and then once you have the platform, there's going to be many different types of use cases that use it, and you're going to need domain-specific expertise to apply the technology in that platform, to your specific use case. So it's going to bring everyone together from many different disciplines. And just to go back to the first question you asked, because I feel strongly about it, there's obviously only one metaverse, just like there's only one internet. The metaverse is a global platform, just like the internet is. on the internet, in my opinion, there's one internet, there's one metaverse, but on the metaverse you have multiple types of experiences, spaces, applications, whatever you want to call them. But the whole point of the metaverse is we are going to have enough interoperability that we can all put together all these amazing new classes of application, and they all work. They can all work together using the metaverse as a single platform. So many people regard the metaverse as the evolution of the internet. So there's not multiple internets. So I don't think there should be multiple metaverses.
Thank you, Neil. Yeah, it's an interesting discussion. And by the way, I'm also here as one of the authors. So I'm the author of B2B Metaverse Marketing, which I think you find at the Author Hub here for those of you who are interested. And we discuss in the book kind of exactly that view. So my perspective is really also it's the evolution of the front end of the internet, and then you have the Web3 blockchain as the back end. And at the same time, you have multiple, if you like, sub-metaverses or mini-verses or whatever you want to call it. I think there's a lot of interesting developments. So thank you very much for sharing that. We have another question. So how do you see the role of Venn worlds in relation to industrial metaverse applications, where users can be real-time scanned and appear in worlds? Do you think that is important for people to be able to appear as their real selves? Interesting question. Who wants to start there?
I'll jump in a little bit because it's something we have to think about every day. I almost think identity is going to be something that you can turn on and off, because when we talk to large industrial companies, especially in Europe, anonymity is really important. Like they don't want identity on people. And so, but like if I'm myself and I'm going shopping or doing something, I want my avatar to go buy clothes or to do research or something like that, then I definitely want to be myself and be relatable to other people. So I think we might be entering a place where identity is something that we can flip on and off. Or I can be anonymous if I want to be, but at work, or, but I can turn it on if it helps me to interact with people or things on the in the metaverse.
I think it's a great point. Thank you for sharing that. And coming from Europe, from Germany and now in Portugal at the moment, I can see, I mean, especially in Germany, privacy and identity is like one of the top issues, concerns. It's almost like, and there's a huge risk that obviously that has a negative impact on the benefits. So kind of balancing that out is, I think, one of the big challenges for every single kind of metaverse, but also especially the implementation projects. Yeah, absolutely. Any other builds on that? I think it's a great question. So who has a perspective as well?
Michael, I was going to offer that I think it also depends upon what you're trying to solve from an outcome perspective. I think in some situations, trust and the confidence in terms of what you're achieving, if you will, together will also determine that to a certain extent. I mean, fairly transactional activity, I'm not sure identity matters as much as when you're trying to develop complicated products and or advancing what I would consider more complex change management or human change activities, where you kind of have to feel like you have a sense of trust and you believe in the efficacy of what it is that you're trying to achieve. I think Dave's right in terms of identity, particularly with Europe and privacy concerns and things of that nature. But ultimately, over time, the processing capability is just going to keep advancing. The ability for us to be present without being physically present is just going to advance. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out. And I think it'll be different from a consumer versus industrial perspective.
Absolutely. I think very, very relevant points. It really depends on the application, the use case, the solution scenario you are addressing. And sometimes you need identity, and sometimes you need maybe roles, or you need kind of another approach to things, or you need an anonymous approach. So especially when you think of various, we talked about supply chain before. Again, then kind of the identity of the driver, that maybe doesn't matter. But other things do matter. So it's kind of really, I think it's a case by case. in general, obviously, it will be interesting to see how we are able, to also visually, because this was kind of the real-time scanning. So the question was really about that I show up as I do here on the camera now. So you can see me. So, and if I have an avatar, obviously, that makes sense in certain scenarios. Very, very good. Thank you.
I agree. I think it's, it is going to be useful in social use cases, and it does depend on the use case, whether you want it or not. I mean, but when we're doing this in 10 years' time, hopefully we're going to have 3D scanning devices, and we won't have fairly simplistic avatars like people are looking at right now on their screens with the video behind. The real-time scanning, hopefully, at some point is going to be good enough that the avatar can actually be our avatar. And with the facial expressions, and not just my arms around randomly like it's doing right now, but genuine social interaction through the avatar. That I think is just what it's. That's one. Lots of people think that is the metaverse, and it's certainly going to be one of that's the social aspect. Is going to be one important use case, but it's not the only use case. But for the social use case, it's going to be important, I think.
Absolutely. Yeah. And we talk about industrial metaverse obviously here. So let's just kind of look at the next question, which is related to kind of B2B environments. How do you foresee the metaverse to modify ways of working and making business in B2B environments? So it's B2B environment. It might not be industrial. So it's more like kind of working and making business. Though in the discussion, I think you mentioned a couple of times, you discussed the idea and the concept of new ways of working. So who wants to start there? Michael, or?
Yeah, I guess again, I guess, again, we can contrast this to the broader enterprise versus the industrial. Kind of going back to the last question too, there's the question of the value of visualization in terms of, do you need to see each other? In a lot of cases, the industrial metaverse is more about the data, the simulation you may run on, the outcomes, and you may not need to see the individual. It may not be in a immersive environment, often not in VR. So if you go to something more on, let's say, an AEC kind of project, and you're in an immersive environment in VR, that would be, again, a lot of way you can do business in the VR environment. You may show your clients a virtual tour of the building. You can update projects. You can actively engage the client real time, modify projects, and update it to the cloud, and haul that done real time. So there's, in those cases, the immersive, your individual presentation result that matters a lot more. It's a lot of the industrial cases that we've been seeing. If it's something remote assistance or remote expertise, again, you may not need to be there. You just see the expert, and then you just kind of visualize to see what if you're working on a machine or maintenance, something like that, then you don't really need to, again, see yourself or have your self identity into the environment. It's more about, it could be a video feed, something like that. So it really depends, as Neil said, on the application, and it does vary quite a bit. But as immersive does become more important, and again, the point was made before, a lot of the problems that the HMDs themselves aren't quite mainstream ready. We're talking about companies, so they just won't wear it. So until that happens, some of these more immersive kind of use cases for the more deeper metaverse collaboration communications will take time, but it will become more valuable as those devices become more common, especially smart glasses coming probably just a little further out, but that'll be a big change.
Thank you. Thanks, Michael. Any other builds on that?
Yeah, I think what the real missing is right now, what's going to be provided by the industrial metaverse to this most recent question here, is that it's how we can now have the real world as data. So B2B connection, it's data, right? So how we connect to each other and have meaningful conversations or business transactions is through data. So the promise of the industrial metaverse is that we can actually capture and convert the physical processes that are driving operations and businesses into a live data stream, so that everyone can use to kind of achieve a real-time sensing of their environments, but also to interact with other businesses. So I think it provides a big missing, right? And so now the real world is a live data stream. So that's the glue, I think, that's going to tie businesses together.
Absolutely. I think that's a really very important point you are making. And the book I mentioned is B2B Metaverse Marketing. So we really looked at kind of the B2B environment as well, also with our background. And because we see the increasing importance of that role of the metaverse in that B2B segment. Yeah, so it's kind of across everything. You have, as you mentioned, data. I mean, everything becomes digital. That's one element. So therefore, you can do assessments. You can obviously now integrate generative AI, and you can also then create completely new scenarios, and you offer a different channel, an additional channel, obviously, to your customers and to your partners, business partners along a value chain. So I think there's a lot, which kind of has impact on B2B business environments as well. Any other thoughts on that? Otherwise, we do have another question. Let's move on to the next question. Do you think that standards compliance will be an important aspect of the industrial metaverse? And what role will that play in achieving best practices? That's really the question around standards. Who wants to start there?
I can talk about standards. I think there's two types of standards. Again, there's the standards that people will use to build the metaverse platform, and interoperability is the foundation. Whichever way you come at the metaverse, it's getting all of these technologies working together. It's getting different spaces or experiences or worlds on the metaverse to work together. It's being able to send your 3D assets and avatars around and use them anywhere. All of this is fundamentally based on interoperability standards, just like today's internet is a platform that's completely based on open interoperability standards. But I wonder whether the question is actually talking again about domain-specific standards. I saw Scott's chat, ISO 19650, in the building space. I think for example, I think the metaverse and AI access to data, the ability to analyze, compare vast amounts of data more easily than we can do today the metaverse is going to be a very useful tool to achieve and prove and document compliance to those kinds of industrial and enterprise compliance standards in the individual use cases. It's going to make it much easier to become and demonstrate your compliance to those kinds of standards too.
Excellent, thank you. Any other thoughts on that?
Michael, I was just going to offer that I think a lot of this conversation is touching on operating models of companies, right? How they've developed over the course of time, and the intersection of those multidisciplinary functions. I think there's going to be an opportunity to really reimagine that in the context of the metaverse, along with things like large capability around AI and data and putting different outcomes towards that. I think we're very in immature days, if you will, in terms of what that's going to look like in terms of connecting those ecosystems. And I do think we're going to have very different roles and capability needs as we think about how we bring our commercialization processes to market and how they're consumed. And I'm very confident that the work that we're doing now will help set this foundational stage for that. But I think it's going to be super interesting to see how it takes off, because I think your leading companies are going to really take this on aggressively. And what we're doing here today will look like very antiquated in a short period of time. And they'll bring more value to their share and stakeholders faster. I mean, because
absolutely,
I think the opportunity will be present.
So do you have an example where it works and where you see gaps at the moment?
Well, I know that we're trying very hard to redefine how we bring our products and services to market, and without being ultra specific, the intersection of AI with AR and other capabilities that help bring the customer closer to what we're trying to do, is a keen focus. And we're learning our way forward. I don't have any sort of magical solution. I think we're trying to do the best we can with the knowledge and make sure we're introducing new thoughts and new capabilities to help improve that. But ultimately, I think what we believe is that the way we worked in the past is going to be dramatically different than how we do so in the future. And we're starting to see evidence of that, particularly in the product development and and how we think about what Neil was talking about in terms of standardization and compliance, safety, things along those lines. There's capabilities just didn't exist in the past. And we can use that information to help our company perform, our employees self-actualize, and quite frankly, keep people safer, as we go forward.
Thank you. Yeah. Thanks for sharing. I think you made a good point, which is as a nice seg into one other discussion, because I don't have another question. I'm not sure what our timing is actually, how much time we've left. But one big topic, which kind of you touched on a couple of times, is obviously AI and specifically generative AI. So I'd like to kind of make the round, because obviously that has changed the landscape completely in the last 12 months. So since ChatGPT arrived. So what's the link and the relationship between especially generative AI and the metaverse? What do you see there? What kind of scenarios and opportunities? Dave, maybe you want to give it a go first.
I'll give this. So I think Transformers changed a lot of things. Obviously, we've been on our rocket ride here the last 12 months since ChatGPT came out. I mean, now we've democratized access to AI, where previously you had to be an engineer to interact with it. So I think Transformers changed a lot. So with Transformers, AI has learned how to pay attention and to learn dynamically without human direction. Like when OpenAI created ChatGPT, they didn't give it instructions on how to learn. They found 46 terabytes of information, like the web, and turned thousands of Transformers loose. So the ability of AI to pay attention to what matters at a breadth like that has never been possible before, and it's changed the world overnight. I think so. How this will touch the industrial metaverse is when that same type of dynamic learning with Transformers goes beyond text and enters the real world. So when we can learn dynamically in real time about the real world in motion, when we can actually learn from the real world as it's happening through sensors in the environment, then dramatic exponential change will set in. That's the problem we're working on right now.
Yeah, thank you. Great intro, Michael.
Yeah, I would say the big thing, and I think it's across a lot of different businesses, is accessibility. You need to get more people to be able to participate in different projects and workflows they may not have been part of before. It also makes things faster and more efficient. If you could use generative AI to, create some of the environments or some of the different prototype you're doing without having to do it manually. So efficiency is a big part of it as well. But I think accessibility is going to be a big one. So if you think about who can be part of the metaverse or part of the different projects, that can increase quite a bit.
Thank you. Neil?
Yeah, it's going to be transformative. I mean, because I've been working in the 3D space for many years, and almost always the bottleneck to pervasive deployment of 3D technologies, it's really hard to create 3D content. 3D modelers, people building 3D games. It's highly skilled activity. It's expensive, and that's always been kind of the bottleneck. Now suddenly we're going to have text to 3D environments. It's going to be de-skilled. I mean, there's simply not enough 3D designers in the world to fill the metaverse as we all imagine, unless we have the help of AI to build this content. But it's not just people sitting at their keyboards and typing in prompts and getting content. It's AI scanning the environment in real time and transforming that into 3D visualizable content. And lots of the things that we imagine being in a kind of virtual environment, they all depend on AI, natural language processing. People, the AI understanding the environment and bringing it all together, analyzing data. I think AI is, in all its forms, it is the magic pixie dust that's across everything else that we're doing to making a lot of these use cases really feasible.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thanks, Neil. Mike?
Yeah, I think I agree with Neil. I think the applications that we're looking at right now from a generative AI perspective whether they're internal, external, they carry different characteristics and risk. So we're trying to be very purposeful in terms of how we enable that, particularly when it's outward facing to the customer. Not that, you know, inward facing is less important. It's just different in terms of how we apply it in terms of driving value. But I really like the way Neil said that around this concept of consistently scanning and looking at the environment in a 3D perspective and being able to incorporate that information to drive different outcomes and constantly improve how we're bringing value forward. I think things will be much more iterative and faster, and how we apply that and how we manage that change, I think will be super interesting, because again, each one of these changes will drive a different behavior, whether it's directly through a human or, you know, machine to machine, and making sure that we get the outcome that we want. How do we confirm that we have, you know, good controls and visibility to that, so we're actually you know, not creating a problem, you know, via the new solution. But I think it's just going to be so impactful in terms of how we operate our companies. It's hard for me to really kind of put it into context. There's practically nothing that we do that can't be impacted by it. Making sure we're focused on the right priorities and the ones that really matter, and doing them really well, I think will be the key to success.
Yeah, I think some wise words. I mean, yeah, obviously nobody of us, you know, had an idea really, you know, what's going to happen just 14 months ago, and how quickly things evolve in that space. And now it's kind of, yeah, it's almost everywhere. And one of the scenarios I like to share, when you think about ChatGPT, which kind of obviously is a browser-based user interface, now move that into a metaverse environment, and think of a scenario in the industrial metaverse, in that safe space around the supply chain, where you basically replicate or plan out a future supply chain, and then you give intelligence, you know, to kind of the objects there, which means you can then ask a truck, you know, why it's delayed, and then the truck basically knows. And then you can talk to the truck, you can talk to the warehouse, and you look different in a perspective, because the data, the intelligence is there, but also the capabilities to actually express that, and come up with ideas, and you have that in this visual environment. I see that. So I see a lot of potential there in that space, and to an extent that we actually don't have an idea, you know, where we're heading. So there's so many opportunities out there. With that comes risk, as you mentioned, yeah, and obviously we have to kind of be mindful in terms of how do we approach that. So it kind of, yeah, so that's one of the scenarios and directions I'm seeing, so that you not only have the generative AI to build these environments, but also actually the environments have then intelligence and are objects basically in that environment. Good. So let's just have a look. There's one more question regarding kind of that shortage of 3D designers. So the question is reflecting on the shortage of 3D designers, and maybe some of that is addressed via generative AI. And the question then is, will metaverse development and running costs be compatible with making business profitably? It's an interesting question. Who has a perspective on that?
Well, I think, you know, as we were just discussing, I think, you know, generative AI is going to break that bottleneck. It's not just that, you know, it's the combination of all these technologies come together with the, you know, the real-time data from plants and processes, as you're saying, those trucks knowing what's going on and communicating back. I think the efficiencies will be there. The question won't be, you know, can you afford to do this? No, the question will be, can you afford not to do this? Because, you know, the efficiencies that you're going to be able to gain once these kinds of technologies are integrated and it reaches that level of maturity, that we're not on the bleeding edge, but we're on the leading edge. It's just going to, as Mike is saying, it's going to really transform, I think, businesses in terms of their output and efficiency. So, you know, people won't be able to afford not to do it, I think.
Thank you. Thanks, Mike. Your perspective from operational as a CDO, what's your view on kind of that running cost and the profitability of such projects?
Well, I think it's like anything else, right, Michael? It starts with a limited supply, so it's more expensive and it's more complicated because we don't quite know what we're doing necessarily. And then over the course of time, there's more supply and we're more effective, and it becomes at a cheaper, per unit cost, if you will, for lack of a better description. I agree with Neil. I think as AI continues to advance and we start to develop capability in some of these new roles that need to exist so that we can deliver these capabilities, if you will, these new products, it'll start to rationalize in terms of what the total cost of ownership and support is versus the value. I also agree that I think companies aren't going to have a whole lot of choice. If you're not competitive with the marketplace, I don't know how that really, avoiding the cost, if you will, helps you because you're just going to be out competed. So I do think it will cost less over time. I think technology will help in terms of the advancement and the creation of the capabilities. And I actually think our partners are going to help in terms of making a lot of these services platform oriented and things that businesses can focus on, consuming the aspects that they need to get the outcome they desire versus having to spend hopefully a lot of time building it themselves. And unless there's a real nuance or a true competitive advantage to what it is that you're trying to focus on, I would think a lot of this is going to be fairly commoditized over time.
Yeah.
Here. Well said.
Sorry, is there another build? Yeah. No, yeah, thank you. Thanks, Mike. Absolutely. So I think it's a little bit like, when we look at ERP or CRM systems, there's no point in not doing it. Yeah. So because otherwise you're falling behind in the competitive landscape. And so you have to embrace that. And so even if there are kind of some, let's say, R&D cost in the beginning, because you don't know exactly what you're doing. At the same time, when we look at kind of landscape, the cost of anything is really going down significantly. You have this whole no-code, low-code, which today you can do things with little money, which you couldn't do even with a lot of money just previously. Any other thoughts on that? Let me just check in parallel if we have another question. Still have a good audience. I'm not sure what the timing is. I think we are probably at the end.
Michael, I think we were supposed to wrap up like 20 minutes ago.
Okay. I almost thought so, but I think we have 80 people sitting there, and so yeah. So let's wrap that up. Maybe just a quick one sentence in terms of kind of going forward, the industrial metaverse. What's your message to the audience, Michael? If you want to start.
Yeah, I think my one kind of thought is, compared to comments with consumer, for sure the industrial metaverse is already here. It's going to continue to grow and expand. But yeah, I think that's just the big take-home message is that it's already here. I think a lot of people talk about metaverse, and not to get hung up on the term metaverse itself either. I think we kind of had that conversation as well. The metaverse term itself isn't as important as what's being done in the industry. So I think that's a big thing for me.
Excellent. Thank you. Dave?
Yeah, similar. I think, we struggle a little bit with industrial metaverse as a term because it's been kind of bastardized in the market. So I think, it is here. This is something that's being worked on today by every major industrial company we're speaking with. So it's not something that's coming. It's something that's happening right now. I think for people in the audience and people listening to this announcement is that it's going to be important to help with kind of the trust of the systems. So all of us need to kind of help in the change management side of this thing. I don't think it's as much of a technical issue as a social issue. How we can accept the kind of change and help to, as a community, kind of help to usher this in, and kind of create that evolution of trust, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Neil?
Yeah, I agree with what's being said. You know, the metaverse is just a term. The important thing is these technologies, disruptive technologies, are coming together in disruptive ways. So, you know, any business, I think, really needs to be paying attention to when the possibilities become relevant to their own business. To what Mike was saying earlier, I really agreed. I mean, the costs are going to come down. Be careful not to be on the bleeding edge, unless you know, that business model. But you know, soon it's going to be, you know, fairly accepted practice to use these kinds of technologies, and don't be left behind.
Wonderful, thank you very much. And Neil and Mike.
I think all the comments are really relevant and accurate. If I was to build on it, I would just say start with outcomes, and to the panel's point, it's here, it exists, people are using it, and these disruptive technologies are only going to move faster and accelerate. But really try to be very thoughtful on what you're trying to achieve from an outcome perspective. The technology for technology's sake is never a great strategy unless you're a technology company, of course, and you can commoditize and you can create commercial value from that. But I think if you're really focusing on what is it we're trying to achieve and what's necessary to change to bring that forward, I think to Dave's point earlier, the change management piece will be included appropriately. You'll get much better traction and pickup, and you'll see value faster.
Thank you very much, Mike. Look, I would like to sincerely thank the panelists, Michael, Dave, Neil, Mike, for your valuable contributions, perspectives. You bring a lot of experience, obviously, to the table here. I'd like to thank the audience for the great questions, which really triggered these conversations. I think it's an exciting time. Don't get kind of hold off going into these into the metaverse, exploring these emerging technologies, the convergence. It is happening. Yeah. So, and you only learn by actually doing something. Careful with careful pilots and moving into the direction. And yes, as Mike also said, yeah, there has to be value, and there also has to be a little bit of R&D. With that, I wish you a wonderful remaining business conference here, a lot of insights and connections, and thank you very much, and see you around virtually or in real life. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks so much.
Thank you
Bye.
so much for joining. It was a great panel, and I think I learned a lot. So moving on, we're going to be starting the next session, which was supposed to be starting 20 minutes ago, but that's okay. It was a good discussion. I really enjoyed it. So for the next discussion, we have harnessing the metaverse in the development of a virtual prototype from fusion energy plant. So this session is going to be led by Lee Margaret's. As the industrial metaverse heats up and as digital energy networks grow in importance, the industry is taking an increasing interest and is utilizing the metaverse to advance various objectives, including promoting sustainability. Energy applications in the metaverse extend to the virtual power plant, prototyping, and decarbonization applications. They are increasingly being utilized for such new energy resources as hydrogen, wind, and fusion energy. This session will highlight effective uses of the metaverse in energy sector. Please welcome Lee Margaret's.
Hi, everybody. It's a pleasure for me to present at this conference. My name is Lee Margetts, and I'm going to be talking about how we're investigating using the metaverse to develop a fusion energy power plant. Now, this project has been funded by the United Kingdom Atomic Energy Authority through a special program called the Small Business Research Initiative. And the competition is called the Fusion Industry Challenge Program. And basically, what the idea is to investigate the development of next generation digital tools that could be used by the supply chain and engineers and scientists to develop a first of a kind fusion power plant. Now, this activity involves a large team, so let me introduce you to the team. So the project is being led by the University of Manchester, and we have a number of different subcontractors and partners. So we have the University of Oxford contributing to the project. In fact, it's the Bodleian Library, which is very interesting from the point of view of the curation and management of knowledge, which is an important part of the project. We also have a small enterprise involved in the project, a company called NT Tau Digital Limited. And this is run by Simon Woodruff, who's an entrepreneur that spent the last 20 years working in the fusion industry. We also have collaborations with the Vanderbilt University, and we're using their Metamorph software. And we're receiving support from NVIDIA and a number of different people from the UK Atomic Energy Authority. So before I get into how we're using the metaverse, let me give a very quick overview of how fusion works. So the basic idea is that we encourage, or if we manage to get atoms of hydrogen to combine or fuse, this gives off energy and neutrons, and the byproduct, if you like, the ash, is helium. The energy in the neutrons are used to heat up water, which creates steam and drives a turbine in exactly the same way as a coal-fired or a gas-fired power station. So we're simply just replacing, one source of energy with another, but generating electricity in the same way. Now, this is the process that generates energy in the sun, and the sun benefits from very large gravitational fields, which cause the hydrogen atoms to combine. And we need to, or, in order to benefit from this energy source, we need to do this at a human scale. Now, we can't increase gravity, but what we can do instead is increase the temperature of the hydrogen. And in fact, in this reactor that we can see here, we're heating the hydrogen to around 100 million degrees or higher. Now, there's no man-made materials or human-made materials that can withstand those high temperatures. So the plasma that you can see in the purpley pink color is kept away from the walls of the power plant using magnetic fields. So this is a very, very complicated machine. We've managed to build machines like this in order to investigate the science. But in order to go from a scientific facility to a power plant, this is very challenging. There are many different areas of physics and engineering. We need to sort of design a complete power plant, but if we change the design of a particular component or system, this has an impact on all the other components and systems. And so the ideal, and this is a little bit like science fiction, the ideal would be a real-time simulation environment where an engineer could interact with evaluating many different what-if scenarios using support from AI and using very powerful supercomputers in order to support the design process. So we don't have those tools at the moment. And what people think in the fusion community, particularly the leaders in the UK Atomic Energy Authority that came up with this Fusion Industry Challenge program, which is funding the work, they believe that there needs to be a paradigm shift in the way that we do engineering simulation. And this brings us to, the idea of using the industrial metaverse. So our starting point in our project has been to look at the NVIDIA Omniverse platform. What's attractive about this is it permits a team of engineers or scientists to share a common view of power plant design and collaborate in real time. It also has connectors for a wide range of tools that we're interested in using. And so the engineer works in their favorite tools, but the way that the Omniverse works is that the outputs of those tools are converted into a common data format, and the Omniverse aggregates these into a single scene, which is, in our case, is our metaverse. And our task is to extend this platform, adding simulation tools and engineering tools that are relevant to the fusion industry. So what we're not doing is starting from a blank sheet of paper and thinking, how are we going to build a platform, a digital engineering platform for fusion? What we want to do, because we want to develop a fusion power plant in the shortest possible time, we want to leverage existing enterprise software, tools, microservices, and extend them, bringing in engineering simulation for engineers to develop systems. And also we want to have the ability to mine who did what, when, and why in the design process, so that we can track decisions made and their particular impacts. So the metaverse is attractive because it gives the opportunity to provide an interface or environment that is specific to a particular stakeholder group. So we can have a single engineer working alone, doing a design for a particular component, or we could support a team of engineers collaborating in the design of a subsystem. And then when it comes to the development of a fusion power plant, the actual buildings and construction of the power plant, then the metaverse also offers the opportunities to bring together many different companies and stakeholders across the supply chain. So it's very appealing from this point of view. So our project is in the early stages. So, we've only been going for a few months. So what I'm going to do in the next few slides is just give, some highlights as to the progress that we're making towards our goal of an integrated digital engineering platform in the industrial metaverse. So the first thing is, how do we bring engineering tools into this environment? And so what we've done is we've taken an approach using a workflow engine. And in this example, what you can see are these little golden lines are paths that neutrons that are given off by the fusion process. These are the paths the neutrons take when they pass through the material of the power plant. And so we can do this. So we're using very, very specific software developed by scientists to investigate these processes. Another activity that the engineers carry out is the use of engineering design tool. So here we can see on the right-hand side a computer-aided design package that a single engineer is using. And on the left-hand side, what we have is that view in the Omniverse. And the view on the left-hand side can be shared with many different engineers, all interacting and all contributing to the design process. And this has been achieved by writing a connector for a tool that didn't already exist in the Omniverse. And this, you can see, this is a very powerful activity. Another area that we're very interested in is the use of digital twins. And so there are a number of different physical experimental facilities that are used to determine the properties of different materials used in the fusion power plant, and also facilities used for manufacturing specific things. And through the industrial metaverse, what we can do is we can capture the data generated by those facilities and bring them in to the industrial metaverse and link them directly to the simulation tools and the power plant design process. Another area that we're very interested in is photorealism. So if you imagine a fusion power plant, it probably isn't a very nice place for a human being to enter. So we have robotic systems that go in and do maintenance. But really what we want to be able to do is have those robotic systems identify areas of the reactor that need attention or components that need replacing. And before the power plant, the first of a kind power plant is developed, what photorealism gives us the opportunity to do is to allow a virtual robot to train in a virtual environment, but in a virtual environment that is very close to reality. So sticking on the theme of visualization, another area that's of interest is extended reality. So we can see here on the bottom left-hand side a view inside a design of a fusion power plant using virtual reality, but also, what we're interested in is taking simulation results into an experimental facility and viewing them in real time, or viewing, once the power plant has actually been built, viewing data that's stored in the metaverse through augmented reality whilst we're on site. So there's a number of different attributes of the industrial metaverse that are very attractive for this particular activity. So this is the end of the part of the presentation where I'm talking about the use of the metaverse for fusion. But what I want to share with you, and this is very exciting, is that there are a number of different areas of engineering where they've got excited about our work. One of the areas is a project that BAE Systems have funded at Manchester, which is to look at the use of digital twins and the metaverse in support of their Factories of the Future initiative. So this is this activity is directly fed from the UK Atomic Energy Authority funding. The work with BAE Systems kicked off some interest with Microsoft. So we've had a workshop between Manchester, BAE Systems and Microsoft to look at how the industrial metaverse could be used to support the development of the next generation jet fighter. So there's an initiative called the Global Combat Air Program, which is a collaboration between the UK, Italy, and Japan. And basically they want to develop a jet fighter for half the cost in half the time. And so we've been looking at how the industrial metaverse could support that activity. And the final highlight is taking the industrial metaverse into the Amazon jungle. So we were invited to participate in a project that's led by the University of Alberta in Canada and the University of Campinas in Brazil, where we've applied for funding for a project called Community Wind. And the idea is to supply energy to vulnerable communities. And so this picture of a tribe in the Amazon jungle is one of the communities that, if funded, we would be supporting. And the idea is to take wind power. So you can see on the left-hand side there, a wind turbine is to take wind power into these vulnerable communities, but use the industrial metaverse to show and as a means of communication to show members of the community what the wind turbine would look like and allow them to site it in a particular location. So how do you take the metaverse into the Amazon jungle? You can see on the bottom left-hand side there, what we've built into the proposal are receivers to connect our metaverse up via the Starlink satellite system. So this is a very exciting project, and we hope that it's funded. So my last slide summarizes a little bit one of the problems. So what I said right at the beginning of the presentation is that the fusion industry community believe that there needs to be a paradigm shift in the way that we carry out our engineering design and construction processes. But if you present this if you talk about a paradigm shift to a CEO or a chief information officer of a company, what they see is risk. Yep. A paradigm shift means radical changes to infrastructure, the workforce, and the work culture. But what I like to emphasize is that what I believe that the industrial metaverse offers the opportunity to make the paradigm shift easy. This particular platform, the Omniverse, what it allows is everybody to carry on using their favorite simulation tools and carry on working in the same way that they've always done, in theory, from the individual point of view, but it allows the horizontal integration of people and processes and data. So whilst the engineer can use their existing tools, they can use them in a new way that is collaborative. And we really hope that our project leads to tools and a way of working that delivers a fusion power plant as quickly as possible. So thank you very much for your attention. Hi, hello everybody. I'm sorry about my funnily waving arms as I speak. I can't control them. It's because I'm so excited to be here.
I'm not sure what's happened to my video. I think that was there a minute ago. So I can see there's one question in the chat from Jean-Christophe. There's a comment there about nuclear bomb. One of the things that I want to sort of highlight about nuclear fusion is it's a technology that does not create any waste that can be used for a weapon. So this is a very significant difference between nuclear fusion and nuclear fission. The question asks, what is the one great benefit the metaverse brings to the fusion project? Now, I think I summarized that in the last slide. For us, what it's doing is it enables the horizontal integration of people and processes across a geographically dispersed supply chain where it is very difficult to control what engineering simulation tools individuals use in different companies. So there's freedom of choice. So by having connectors into the industrial metaverse, what that enables is collaboration and hopefully speeds up the design of a fusion power plant. So it looks like nobody else that's here would like to ask a question. It appears that we don't have a host. I'm very sorry that this talk was given a bit later than I expected because the previous session overran by about 30 minutes. But I think we'll end here. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation. Goodbye.
And see you in the next session at 1 p.m. Once again, I'm going to announce that there's a author hub happening at lobby at 12 p.m. EST. Please head towards the lobby. After that, there will be Awards ceremony at 12:30 p.m. EST. We will continue our sessions from 1 p.m. So please head towards the lobby. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone can hear me. I'm Nimra from Team NFT Studio 24, today's host for Metaverse Spectrum Conference and Expo. NFT Studio 24 is a decentralized media platform. We are based in Japan and we have been working to bridge gaps between different businesses and individuals in Web3, Metaverse, and blockchain. I'm also the PR and corporate communications lead at Asia Web3 Alliance Japan. Asia Web3 Alliance Japan is an association registered in Japan that aims to work with government to promote foreign businesses to expand their business in Japan and Asia's Web3 ecosystem. I would welcome you all to apply for as a corporate or as a community partner at our alliance, and we would be glad to have you with us. So for let's start with today's session. This hour's session, which is driving spatial engagement in the metaverse. Spatial data is powering virtual environments from global businesses and brands, driving tangible benefits and practical utility for both enterprise and consumer applications. Metrics illustrate that immersive virtual worlds can yield stickier, more engaging, and more spatial data research experiences than in real activations without the physical restrictions of cost, location, and carbon footprint. However, creating an immersive, effective, and agile spatial experience requires a flywheel formula for eliciting engagement strong enough to make the metaverse matter to employees, clients, and consumer alike. Leveraging real-world examples from his firm's work with Emirates Airline, in this presentation, Surreal co-founder and CEO Josh Rush will explore the factors to consider in successfully bringing engaging virtual experiences to life. The video will begin. The session will begin in 1 minute. Please welcome Josh Rush, CEO and co-founder of Surreal. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Um, so, for the next session, we have driving spatial engagement in the metaverse. Spatial data is powering virtual environments from global business and brands. Thank you for joining in. It's interesting for whatever the speak, whatever Josh said. Um, it's time to rebuild and make something in the metaverse. We will be waiting for Mr. Josh Rush to join us. He will be taking questions from the audience. So please don't forget to ask questions regarding his panel. So until Josh joins us for the Q&A, I would like to introduce NFT Studio 24 once again. NFT Studio 24 is a Japan-based decentralized media platform built on ICP blockchain. We are a news and research platform where we report on latest news in Web3, Metaverse, and blockchain. NFT Studio 24 has a strong presence in Japanese market and also in the American market. We would be happy to have you as our podcast guests if you would like to join us. Don't forget to visit the website nftstudio24.com. Mr. Josh would be joining in a minute. So just to give you a recap on what Josh Rush said. Spatial data is powering virtual environments from global businesses and brands, driving tangible benefits and practical utility for both enterprise and consumer applications. Metrics illustrate that immersive virtual worlds can yield stickier, more engaging, and more spatial, data rich experiences than in real activations, without the physical restrictions of cost, location, or carbon footprint. I think that's a really interesting point because when it comes to expanding your business, or whether you are a small business that aims to grow organically, or have a target market that's outside the domestic market, metaverse can be a really good medium for one to expand. um, However, creating an immersive, effective, and agile spatial experience requires a flywheel formula of eliciting engagement strong enough to make the metaverse matter to employees, clients, and consumers alike. Since this morning, we have been discussing about how to make metaverse more open to employers and clients, because the concept of metaverse doesn't limit to just an experience, it just being something as an extracurricular. You want to build a metaverse that would include almost every part of daily life experiences, which includes businesses. So since the morning, we have been hearing about very different aspects of metaverses building, which includes prototyping simulations and prototype fusion energy plant, virtual prototype fusion energy plant, and also how Josh showed how Surreal is building the metaverse products for their clients, such as the Emirates airline. Um, Josh will be joining us in a minute. Okay, Mr. Josh is in the room. He will be answering questions here in the chat, so please ask him questions in the chat. You can click down on a type of message here and just click send, so you would be able to send your messages. Okay, so I think there's one question that was asked, which is stepping back across the asked by Daniel. Stepping back across the various use cases you see, what are the biggest opportunities are seeing with your platform? Training, brand extension into immersive spaces. What about gaming and creating economies, etc.? So, Josh, if you could explain that, sorry, answer that. I could just copy that maybe to the chat. So we will be wrapping up this QA session in a minute after Mr. Josh answers Andrew's question. If you have more questions, please do ask Josh so we can just wrap it up quickly and move towards our next activity. Thank you, Josh, for joining us, and we hope to learn more from you um, in the coming conferences as well. Moving on, we will be introducing the Authors Hub videos. Please take a look at what we have compiled for you. Thank you.
And hello, everyone. Thanks very much for joining in. I'd like to invite Pascal up. Thanks very much, Subrato, for joining me already. And I think I don't think that we have Max joining us for the moment, but I'm going to sort of give you guys the opportunity to ask some questions, either through the general chat or other angles. I've had one in from Ray Khan already, so let me turn this over to you guys. Ray is asking, why do you think that managing digital assets over the internet is such a complex challenge? That sounds like kind of a quite an interesting point, but Rosso, maybe I can start with you and then hand over to Pascal for some comment there.
Yeah, let me see. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, so I think good question, Ray. I think it's about like distribution of those assets and the bandwidth considerations. So exactly I was mentioning in my discussion is that when you have such a high bandwidth needed assets being moving around and it's being watched at the same time by multiple people, you make sure that how can you manage that whole assets being distributed. And looking at when you're from a consumer sitting at a home, your bandwidth is not that of a leverage you have. So I think that is the key challenge. How do you stream it? How do you manage it? How do you distribute it? Those are the key aspects we have noticed from our discussions in there. And especially if you are on a web like we are right now, not everybody has the Quest 3 or any other devices. How can you adhere to the WebGL standards and still make sure that the quality in QoS is managed and maintained? And how do you kind of make sure it's being watched by everything? That's why I think there's a key aspect of distributing these assets. How do you make it optimized? How do you make it more seamless experience perspective is my thought process. I'll leave it to Pascal to give more topic to it.
Pascal, you might still be muted. Okay, well, while we wait for Pascal to come off mute, I think there were some valuable points that were sort of touched upon in the conversation that we didn't really get to dig into properly in there. And one of these is all to do with that piece around governance. Now that came up in a few different ways. And one of them that I think is really important is we've got a number of different layers of infrastructure beneath the experience in the metaverse. Clearly, one is about security. The data layer is a huge piece. There's physical infrastructure, of course, as well, and the capabilities that that's offering. So I'd really like to ask the panelists a bit more about where you see the challenges within this data layer. You know, do we have sufficient understanding of how data can or should be moved in an environment where you might be starting out as I think it was Max earlier was describing, where you've got sort of initially small islands of information and data and then gradually building that out. Because at some point, unless we're very careful, then there's going to be more and more difficulty in keeping track of where the data or those information flows are going and across what domains it's traveling. And similarly, the accountability, therefore. Now, I'm sure this is something that you're both encountering in your daily work. And so it'd be good to understand from you, if you like, how robust the systems are there that you see in place at the moment, and to what extent those need to be strengthened or refined as we're moving forward in building out the metaverse experiences. And again, Pascal, I'll give you the chance to speak first on this one.
If the mic works there.
Yay! Brilliant.
Grand. I just had to restart the stream. So yeah, it can be very robust, but it's a lot of work, to be honest. So it's not as seamless as other solutions kind of make other services be. In the background, it is, for example, if you have the infrastructure, you have to kind of decide how many servers do we reserve. Plan ahead a little bit. If we have all on demand, it can be that some users have to wait and don't have an instant experience. There are, let's say, there's a lot of work in the background that is not necessarily required for other technologies. So on that note, there is certainly room for improvement and to make it as seamless as possible. But we are already, let's say that the existing infrastructure, if we ignore the restriction of available resources, is already very solid, because we don't necessarily invent the internet new. We just change the use case, or kind of reinvent a new, or invent a new use case and a new application of the technology existing, and add an aspect layer on it, if you want to say so. So technically, we have a very robust infrastructure to the degree, but the software layer, let's say at the management layer and operational layer, has to be optimized, has to improve to kind of really make it seamless for everyone involved, and have the most pleasurable experience. And obviously, economical ability for us is a huge thing. So operational costs are currently not where they should be. Which makes the experiences a little bit more expensive than they should be. I think I read that in the past kind of like chat, where costs of kind of accessing the applications is still a major issue, which we completely see as well. And obviously, if we kind of can drive down complexity of utilizing existing technology, then we basically have a system where we want to go to. Just want to point out, I hope my arms are not flapping for everyone in the room, because that's very interesting.
I certainly don't see that, but that would be a bit of fun. Subrato, can I get your thoughts on this? The question sort of originally being around that sort of fundamental data infrastructure and management.
Yeah, I think I'm seeing an interesting discussion by John Rush here in the channel about like having a big set of users from a Flipkart show. So I think if you look at the overall infrastructure, I think also you're talking about being hosted in the cloud. So one important part we have maybe I have put that in the discussion is, are they ready to have the edge cloud being more scaled up for this kind of opportunities, right? So right now, all the streaming servers to your data infrastructure servers and all your interactivity, and looking at the drop, I'm looking at John Rush is mentioning. So it's like the infrastructure upgrades happening at the edge will be a key aspect of it, especially from a cloud provider perspective, or even if you're looking at sitting in a big room in terms of an employee or in a organization perspective, are they having those capabilities upgraded? Or from a consumer perspective, are you able to, in the 5G world, and you're having an edge computing that is kind of upgrading your speed, or as well as the data processing capability? That could be the key aspect of this kind of metaverse experience, get a better outcome. Because in the number of numbers, I'm looking at a 5 million or 100K people join the same time for a big event. Those will be key. And then the mix of devices versus a WebGL, and how do you cater to both the aspects of it? That is my take on it.
Oh, thanks, Subrato. I would like to dive into what you were mentioning there about that sort of edge cloud versus, if you like, more centralized cloud piece, because I think there is a really significant conversation there in terms of what kinds of experiences we can sensibly deliver at the moment through these different kinds of environments, and how we manage the experiences differently. I am going to just give people the chance to put their hands up first in case they have any further questions about this. But failing that, then I will ask, sort of picking up on what you were saying there, Subrata. To what extent are we there with Edge Cloud at the moment? I mean, we could claim, for example, that in the telecoms environment, it's been talked about, but then within a business or something, they obviously have their own servers and can create a very localized experience for customers on site or employees or that kind of thing. So yeah, where are we with that? And are we looking at very differential experiences between, if you like, within an enterprise, talking about those kinds of services and delivery versus something that's going to be much more for the mass market?
Yeah, I think mass market is still not there yet. There's a lot of activity happening. Again, the current economic situation did not let a lot of the mass market edge computing to go up. Again, based on my knowledge, again, maybe I'm still not there yet to understand the more diverse perspective from a business perspective. Enterprises, what small activity is happening is called the private edge computing, or MEC, we call it. They are slowly upgrading that area. There are a lot of hard sells happening to make sure businesses upgrade to the more of a advanced edge computing cycle. But again, as the economic cycle goes better, you will see a lot of more investments happening. At this point, it's a slow move. And I think we'll need more and more pipelines, infrastructures to kind of get approved from budgetary perspective to go in a more faster scale. There are still work to be done, I would say, in this case.
Thanks very much. Now, I'm aware that we're coming up to time. I'm just going to ask each of you one more question. I'll start with you, Pascal. And the question is, for the audience here, if there's one takeaway that you want them to have about the most important or immediate thing that you think needs to be done to build a more robust infrastructure and these more robust experiences, what would that be? Over to you, Pascal.
Yeah, for us, it is pretty straightforward. Server resources are the key aspect and the key limiting factor for us, and global distribution of those. That is the thing that kind of challenges us most, to be honest. Nothing else is as challenging as that for right now, because it kind of determines the price. It determines how we can make people interact with each other. It kind of even kind of shows how many people, or enables people to kind of join the metaverse and the experience, and kind of like adds to the future of it. I mean, we talk about technology here that's supposedly interconnected, accessible to everyone, and be shaped by everyone. And one of the key aspects of that is that people have to be able to access this in a way that for them makes sense financially, as well as kind of like experience-wise. And for that, distribution and price of the rendering resources, and I talk about edge computing here again, is key for us to really have the global interconnectivity we all envision with the metaverse, and the unrestricted access for people to experience what it has to provide and the benefit it can create, and the benefit we don't even know about yet, because we need everyone to kind of participate, to kind of show the possibilities and potential of it and make it happen. I mean, we have a lot of ideas, but I'm pretty sure there are so many more people out there that have way better ideas than I personally have.
Fantastic, thanks. And Subrata, we're up to time, but I'm just going to give you a minute or so to share your views.
So compute power is again now being kind of hidden away with the AI rush. Cost effectiveness, as Pascal was mentioning, where your per minute cost of streaming those services, is that quite reasonable enough? So get more and more people joining in and enjoying the sessions and experiences. Third, I would say is that more of an edge computing upgrades. So it's, as it's saying, globally distributed content is available. How can you improve that going forward for better experiences? So three key elements.
Fantastic. Thanks very much. In that case, I'm going to call time on that and just thank our audience as well for being here, taking part, and we'll look forward to catching up with you after this. Thanks very much. Bye.
Thanks.
Thank you for the amazing panel. We will now move to the next session, which is the real insights, real case studies, real brands using emerging technologies. With all the buzz and attention about emerging technologies, AR, VR, AI, where does it fit in today's business world? Dan Ferguson has worked with world-class brands like AT&T, American Airlines, Corona, General Mills, McDonald's, and Toyota on their digital strategies. While many people share second-hand knowledge or anecdotal info about these technologies, very few are delivering. Dan will bring real insights and case studies on how brands leverage emerging tech to connect with today's digital-first audience. We will now hear the general session from Dan Ferguson.
Hey, hey guys. I think the moderator had left, so let me see if they're going to turn this thing on. Maybe not. We will see. Let me see if anybody has any questions. Well, I can't see any questions that are appearing.
So if anyone has any questions, please do ask Mr. Dan.
Everybody's blown away. They're all wondering why I'm wearing a different shirt too. Well, if there are no questions, should we call this a night?
So if there are anyone from the audience who wants to ask questions, please do ask. If not, we can just wrap up this. Okay, so we got one question.
Okay. What is our sales engagement process with brands, and who am I outreaching to? Well, I guess there's two different ways of kind of teeing that up. One is people reach out to us. So advertising agencies that represent a brand have pitched some crazy idea and they come to us because they don't have the technical expertise to do anything, to do something like this. So that's one way. People come to us with an idea that they want to have created. The other side is large corporations, large brands want to innovate and do something different. And that's either where they've reached out to us and they want to work with us, they want to collaborate with us to help them innovate. Or the other way is what we do is we reach out and evangelize what we're doing to other companies. So we get out and we talk at conferences like this, but we do talk to a lot of different people to make sure that they're aware of what we're doing and what we're capable of. So, you know, it's kind of two ways. You've got inbounds and then you've got outbounds where we're reaching out in order to connect with brands. I will say that you know, we're talking to a lot of marketing managers, marketing directors, innovation officers. We also probably do quite a bit of work through the IT or technical side of it. So a lot of the work that I showed today was more about advertising and marketing side of things. But we do a lot of the training stuff that we do is predominantly through like an HR or an IT department where they are looking for partners who can, you know, who work in this space that can bring something to life. So hopefully that answers your question. Any other questions? And we'll give you guys a couple minutes.
So I think before we wrap up, maybe I can ask a question. So
Mhm.
when it comes to, outreaching marketers, how challenging is it when you talk about, metaverse? Because it's a relatively very complex term for the target
Mhm.
audience. Sometimes, obviously, they are, interested, and they are, how do I say this? They are very they would want to explore it, but for the marketers or for the clients, it also poses as a risk.
Mhm. Well, all kinds of advertising, there's some sort of risk to it. A lot of people do what they've been doing for decades. Hey, we're going to run some print ads, or hey, we're going to run a television spot, or we're going to have an outdoor billboard. So there's all kinds of different approaches to advertising and marketing. Um, a lot of the space that we play in is on the experiential side. So some of the examples you saw where it's really more bringing digital and interaction, engagement to an event. So, you know, you can't compare a TV commercial or a print ad or even out of home, because that is more mass media than to something that is more experiential or even innovative. So, when I was saying there's risk in everything, um, going down kind of these using emerging technologies or going 100% digital is just different. It's a different type of reward that you're going to get out of that. And I think brands that are, you know, hey, they ran a TV campaign and did it change their business model? Or are they really trying to do something radical, trying to change things up, trying to break through out of the noise? Because, nobody watches commercials anymore. Nobody reads print ads anymore. Uh, Trying to do something different to even reach a new audience that's to me is the benefit of it. So there's obviously, you know we're wanting to work with people who want to change and do something different. And so I think that the brands that we work with, they've seen some really great responses from these campaigns. So to me, it's the repeat customers is the proof that it's working.
Definitely. Thank you for answering my question.
Mhm.
Are there any questions from the audience?
Well, this was fun. I did not have a avatar hairstyle that worked for me, so I now look about 20 years younger. But I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for joining us, Dan.
Yes, absolutely. All right. Bye, guys.
Bye bye.
Mhm.
Okay, so for the next session, we are going to be discussing the seeds of the metaverse. In this presentation, we will explore and analyze the evolution of metaverse platforms and the benefits that these virtual worlds provide business and brands. We will delineate between Web 2, Web 3, and WebXR immersive worlds. Understanding the differences between these technologies is important for brands, investors, and marketers in planning their metaverse business initiatives. We will explore the virtual world landscape and organizations working to advance ethics and open standards. These efforts will reveal such business advantages as improving marketing, collaboration, community building, and education through the implementation of an immersive strategy. For this presentation, we have Julian Reis. We will now be having Mr. Julian at the stage to answer the Q&A. Please, if you have any questions to ask in the chat or in the Q&A section, so Mr. Julian can answer them.
And you can hear me okay, correct? Nimra, can you hear me okay? I can share more about the Virtual Worlds Museum by providing a quick overview of our mission. Our mission is to create a community space where users of all ages can learn about the history and evolution of virtual world platforms. We aim to educate, inspire, and foster collaboration among virtual world enthusiasts, researchers, world builders, platforms, and innovators. And as a person passionate about ethics, I work with the XR Guild, as I mentioned, for that purpose. I'd like to position this project to inspire organizations and individuals of the future to adopt these best practices that foster diversity, accessibility, safety, and inclusion. Future platforms should not repeat the mistakes of the past, such as the issues with social media. And then another question about what role does the Virtual Worlds Museum play in preserving the history of Web3 worlds and other evolving technologies? Well, I will have to say that our exhibits and our tracking first starts with the WebXR worlds. We're creating an exhibit in Arrival Space, which is a platform out of Austria, and we're showing interoperability and how you can easily walk your avatar through a portal into another virtual world platform. Then we're going to work on the Web2 worlds, which are the more established platforms. And we plan to create our own virtual world presentation for that. And I believe the most challenging one, and the one that answers the question about Web3, is I would like to partner with a Web3 platform that it is wallet agnostic. So no matter what type of wallet you have, you can actually come into the experience and learn about all the different virtual worlds that are Web3 related. Another question about portal crawls. Yeah, that's something I get asked often. What are portal crawls and world hops? The Metatraversal Initiative is a key partner in the Virtual Worlds Museum. And what we do there is record our explorations as avatars traversing from one platform to another. It originated in 2021 as a discussion among industry leaders through Zoom calls, and it gained momentum as a 2-hour panel event and a 3-act play that happened at AWXR conference. I joined them earlier this year, and our purpose is to establish and support and facilitate metaverse standards by showcasing how these platforms interact with each other. And this also contributes to the museum's immersive offerings by overarching the different interoperability standards. And we're also tracking what the Metaverse Standards Forum is doing and making that information available. Also on our website, we will have and how to participate. And I was asked about the different categories that we utilize for tracking virtual worlds. We have partitioned the virtual worlds in 3 categories: the Web 2 worlds, the Web 3 worlds, and the Web XR worlds. The Web 2 worlds are accessible via browsers, and these are the established worlds that I've discussed in the video. But what I really wanted to highlight is the difference between the Web 3 worlds, because they're defined by the integration of blockchain, DAOs, NFTs, anything that is necessitates wallets and ensures ownership and authenticity of digital assets through blockchain technology. This category highlights the transformative impact of decentralized technologies on user interactions, commerce, and the overall virtual experience. Whereas the Web XR worlds emphasizes cross-platform compatibility and accessibility, and it leverages the internet browser. That way your worlds load quicker and you don't have to download any applications. I mean, they're not as glamorous and as have as special effects as all the other platforms. They don't really pursue the ultra realism that other platforms do, but there's an emphasis on user-friendly experiences to contribute of a more inclusive metaverse. And I think we can all agree that that's something that we want to see, especially when you can utilize that through your browser. And then I've been asked about a 3D visualization project that we're working on. I'm working with my colleague Steve Van Loon, and we're creating a 3D model of all of the virtual worlds, so we're able to visualize that. And then that's a way that in the future visitors can search a collection of worlds, but be able to see them in 3D, and also have a filtering system so you can actually organize them by their different attributes. Let me see if there's any other questions. And then the community building initiatives for the virtual worlds.museum. Well, as part of our strategy, we plan to host a diverse range of virtual events, including Metaverse book launches, XR industry events, award shows, and engaging panel discussion, and also collaborate with other conferences that would like to host their events or their networking in our museum. These initiatives aim to foster collaboration, innovation, and knowledge sharing within the global community of enthusiasts, professionals, and researchers. We also want to partner up with universities, because I believe that all of the data for virtual worlds is scattered, right? And that's the reason for the XR resources page in our website, so you can be able to find that data. If there's a college student trying to do a thesis on virtual worlds or in the metaverse, they can actually come to one place because all of that is compiled. Another example would be a collection of like all of the XR directory companies in Africa. We have access to that information because one of our team members actually worked on that research in a 50-month-long study. Another partner of ours, our colleague, Terry Proto, has collected all of the largest use cases of XR business applications and use cases in the world. So we would want to make that available and really facilitate the knowledge sharing. And we envision to actively supporting ethical product launches to make sure that we highlight the metaverse products that are really bringing good to the world and recognize the importance of groundbreaking works that are shaping the understanding and the evolution of virtual worlds, which I consider to be the seeds of the metaverse. And, you know, I have debates with colleagues of mine who have written books about the metaverse and who know Neil Stevenson personally and actually have interviewed him. And we differ in opinion as far as the definition of the metaverse. I mean, it was created, you know, like 30 years ago, the concept, but my prediction is that 30 years from now, that term will evolve, just like other terms evolve. Nothing really remains standard. So I'm looking at, you know, how are we going to be looking at these worlds in the distant future? My prediction is that the interoperability is going to come from a communications layer, meaning that you can be in different virtual platforms that are not physically interconnected and you can travel your avatar through, but there should be some type of communication layer that will come into effect where you can actually text or voice with people in other platforms. I don't see that as a far-fetched idea. So what I'm saying is that to me, the metaverse is the communications layer that will eventually unfold as these virtual world platforms evolve. And we're also committed to highlighting community leaders through dedicated features, acknowledging their influential roles in shaping the discourse around virtual worlds, and then leveraging online platforms, social media, digital spaces. And the museum aspires to really inspire interest in virtual worlds, supporting the diverse and innovative nature of the space. Again, the website is virtualworlds.museum. I also want to encourage art exhibitions, presenting digital artworks and installations to highlight the boundless of possibilities of artistic expression. Music, performances, narrative-driven shows, storytelling, guided visitor tours, thematic journeys, exploring the historical, technological, and cultural aspects of virtual worlds. In addition, we will integrate those advancements in generative AI to showcase how world building is being affected by AI. And if I can add one last thing about our plans for the Virtual Worlds Museum is that as we expand, I would love to create different museum satellite hubs in all of the various metaverse platforms. I think there has not been a brand yet that has attempted to create a presence in all of the platforms because usually brands are looking for high impact, big ROI. And our project is a little different. Our project is more an exploration, inspiration, a teaching mechanism. And if we were to create hubs, this will create a really unique, because it could be a curated entry into specific platforms. Because right now, sometimes when you enter certain platforms, it's kind of chaotic. You know, you have all of these different options. But if you were to go into a portal that is welcoming, and I would love to work with the platforms directly to have like a map, like a diorama, like a way for the museum hub to allow visitors to see the depth of the platform, and could be a really good launching platform, pad, I should say, to allow for the information of that platform to be in the museum. Therefore, before you actually go in and experience it, when it was founded, what type of world, what type of avatar system. You really have all this information. So you're not just like running into this new experience without having some background onboarding information. So I also see the museum as an onboarding mechanism for platforms to let the world know about its features and its opportunities to create worlds. The strategic placement of these hubs aims to enhance the user experience So each metaverse platform can represent themselves in their light. And that's a very different break from the museums of the past, right? Museums of the past have a connotation of imperialism and many kind of like a curation that is very centralized. You know, what I'm hoping to create is a way that the virtual platforms, the artifacts in the virtual worlds museum have a say in how they're depicted in our exhibits, right? So it's a completely way to rethink the way that the artifacts and the curation process is done. And then people often ask me, well, why is it a museum? Well, if you think about it, you have a MoMA, right? You have modern art. So right now we're about to go into a place where the AI generated worlds are going to proliferate, and they're really going to start increasing the amount of platforms. And what I want to do is track these and really inform the public in their evolution, but also teach world builders to learn from platforms of the past. So we will have an exhibit for the sunset worlds. So, worlds like Altspace, which is a platform that was loved by many people, and High Fidelity, and there's a list more, many more that a lot of people are not aware of. And why are we not learning from these platforms that work so hard to create a digital space? Right? We should be harnessing that knowledge to create a better future for virtual worlds, for the seeds of the metaverse. And that's why I'm also very passionate about ethics and work with the XR Guild to make sure that we transfer that information to the platform's owners of the future. Any other questions? Please let me know. Thank you very much for attending.
Thank you for watching that. We'll be taking a slight break, and after that, we will be starting with our next session, which is with Epi Ludwig. So, just to introduce myself again, I'm Nimra from Team NFT Sphere 24, and I'm the I'm PR and Corporate Communications Head at Asia Web3 Alliance Japan, which is an association registered in Japan that aims to help foreign businesses expand into Japan and Asia's Web3 ecosystem. We will now be moving towards the next session, which is the second last session for today. This is Metaversal Wisdom, the role of crowdsourcing in shaping virtual realities. Embark on a journey into the boundless realms of the metaverse, where innovation meets collaboration in unprecedented ways. In Metaversal Wisdom, we delve into the pivotal role of crowdsourcing in shaping the intricate tapestry of virtual realities. This presentation is a guided explanation of how collective intelligence, diverse perspectives, and the power of the crowd converge to influence and redefine the metaverse landscape. We unravel the symbiotic relationship between crowdsourcing and virtual realities, showcasing how collaborative efforts fostered groundbreaking ideas and shaped the very fabric of immersive experiences. We will now welcome Mr. Epi Ludwig to share his thoughts on the session. The video will be starting in a minute.
I'm Maz. Yeah, the website is bold-awards.com. All right, I guess there's no more questions. So I'll leave with that. Thank you guys. Thank you for joining and connect with me. You can find me on LinkedIn or Twitter, FP Ludwig. I'm probably the only one there. All right. Take care. Good night.
how what are the technical